Hello and welcome to Nollywood Film Club. I am Mr. C, a Viroko critic. I hope you're doing well. I hope you've listened to the other ones. I hope you haven't skipped. You should start with 136 if you're coming back after we're back from the holidays. Listen to genres in Nollywood. But anyway, we are here to talk about episode 137. 137. Oh my goodness, we've been around. Anyway, this one was quite a hot. This one was a hot day, and I know it's a very longer episode. But please, it's what it's. I think it might be our most listened to space of the year at this time. Despite us listening to watching films that have come out this year, so there's clearly something about this about this topic anyway, or the way we discussed it. But I'm sure you'll enjoy Nollywood Film Club discussing female stars in Nollywood.
Hi, welcome to Nollywood Film Club. My name is Vanessa and I am your host for today. Today we are talking about female Nollywood stars as requested by our overlord, Iroko critic himself, Ekene. Today we're discussing female Nollywood stars, the good, the bad, the overrated, the underrated. Um, this is my second week in a row hosting. We do this every Sunday. We discuss Nollywood related topics and on occasion Nollywood films every Sunday at 6 p.m. West African time. Um, Today's conversation might be a bit of a rough one. It might result in a bit of violence. But I think that's where the difficulty in hosting this week is. It's going to be me moderating and certain parameters for this conversation, even though I know it will go off the rails at some point, I trust. But I felt like to help guide this conversation, and maybe people who are coming late would have missed this, I have a couple of definitions on ground to help us set our parameters here. The first one is star. Now, I know none of us are stupid and we know the definition of star, but I feel like it's necessary for this conversation because there's a reason why we didn't just say Nollywood female actresses and we tried to limit it to star. Merriam-Webster comes in handy here. Merriam-Webster says a star is a highly publicized movie performer or theatric performer. Another definition is someone who is preeminent or front leading, front facing, highest, foremost in a particular field, which is important for our conversation here. So remember, front facing, leading, prominent, that's who we're thinking as a Nollywood star to help limit our conversation. Otherwise, we will pull people from thin air. Next definition is overrated and underrated. Pretty simple definitions per Merriam-Webster. Rated or valued too highly, underrated, valued too low. But in the context of what we're speaking today, especially given our definition of who a star is, in this case, someone who is front-facing, preeminence, leading, our value or rating of said overrated or underrated would be someone who do we see often or not so often as leads. Leads, guys, remember leading in mainstream films, front facing within Nollywood. This is not about the respect or value that they've built over the years of their career, because I know we've had many a discussion on the timeline about who is overrated and underrated and what this means as an industry. This is not about who is valued and respected within the industry by other actors. This is strictly from a career point of view. Are they front facing? Are they leading within mainstream Nollywood? And then our final definition for best or worst or good or bad is just simple again, Miriam Webster: competent, skillful, good at what they do. In this case, acting and performance. So whoever we're naming as our best and worst, we have to ask ourselves, are these people competent? Are these people skilled at acting and performing? I trust you guys to do the job. So we're gonna kick off with our best and worst. But I think we're gonna kick off with best. Let's have smooth sailing first. Let's start off light. Who's the best? Who are some of our best Nollywood female stars? Elizabeth, you're first on the queue. Can't wait to hear you.
Okay, happy to actually start off. And honestly, I did not know today's topic. I actually just joined. um, so star, per your definition, I think we've had A few over the decades. I'll start with Regina Askia. She's a star. She was a star. We've had Regina Askia. We've had Omotola Jaladi. We've had Genevieve Naji. And then we've had at this star, not sort of conversation, but then we've had people like Mercy Johnson. This is just going by your definition. We are calling stars, Abby. Vanessa, just to be clear.
You are
So
telling me
that's what
who
we're
the
doing.
best among these stars are.
Oh, you want me to talk about the best? Now
Yes,
I have to
so
think. Again, I didn't know what this topic is.
now it's fine.
But
It's okay.
to start, so I just actually mentioned randomly stars, but no, I would not say Regina Aska is best at anything, except that she looks
Wow,
really
shade.
pretty, which is really best at looking beautiful. You've got to give her that. Okay, she was beautiful. She's still beautiful, I'm sure. But best overall for me, star, front facing, it would be Amotola Jaladi for me. She would always be number one. And she would always be number one before because, in a real sense, I knew when she started out and I knew how awkward she was. I mean, watching that first film again, which is Mortal Inheritance, and she was, I think, 18, 19 in that film, and I could see how green she was, but you could see that she was reining in. And by the time I watched her in this Ghanaian film where she was a woman who had plenty babies and they kept dying, keep forgetting the title now. Something about women. Anyways, I don't know if anybody can remember. So I remember that I say best in the sense that she's had skill wise, she really grew. When she was acting, she's really acting. And I think one of her biggest strengths is using her face. Omotola Jaladi knows how to communicate with the face, which is something we're lacking now. I don't know if it's that everybody has just one face now, or if it is the Botox or the fillers, or if they're just really bad actresses. But Amazala does something with her face even when she's not speaking at all, which is something that is sort of like rare now because we have actresses or actors who are like really steeped in maybe one tone. They've done a particular face for so long, they permanently look constipated. So, Amatala for me. And of course, she's also had a bad moments in some of the films that I would rather not call, like Beyonce, blah blah blah. And you could see that she was probably in her one film, Plenty Marketers, which is what we are dealing with currently with the YouTube epidemic, pandemic, whatever demic. So Matala number one for me. Number two, I would say Genevieve Naji. Over the years, she similar trajectory too, although she came later. I think hers like around that 1998, 99, when she was not playing like minor role. She did have a minor role in that film with Regina Askia, which was um what was that film? That was the copy of the Yimbo one where they were thieves and they caught them.
Was it Most Wanted?
Most Wanted, thank you very much. Amatola did have I think she appeared, I think, as a journalist in that one. She was like one of those people that have one sense. Again, you watch that film that she did where she was on a ship. And I think that's one of our major ones. I'm really bad with names now, sorry, I have baby brain. But I do remember the film. And then from that film, you can also see that she was sort of like green. And then when you watch Sharon Stone, that babe was acting down. I like it because it feels like I experienced their growth on screen, and it also coincided with when they also became really like front facing. I really like seeing, that growth thing. And when she became like a powerhouse, of course, she had that cheaper by the dozen, um, where she was just acting the same person, also, and it was so awful. But I'd say that our best because star power over the years, reinventing. I would even say Jenny, especially because she reinvented herself. I mean, Motala accepted herself and then, just went on to live her life with her kids. And Jenny went off for a while after a certain scandal, came back, reinvented, started making films that she cared about, that she would rather do, rather than when she was doing all the cheaper. But skill wise, I really respect this woman because it's not I mean, we're talking about people explaining themselves, but literally, these guys carried the 2000 to the extent that they were even banned because they were asking for 1 million in 2004. But skill wise, I'll mention this too, and I think they will probably come up on everybody's. Another one is by your definition again. I don't know about step out because I wanted to call somebody, but I've been debating within myself. Does she have the star power? Does she not have the star power? Does she have the star power? Ah.
Let's hear it.
I'll probably remember later, but no. I wanted to say Bimbo Akintola, but then that's the thing is
Mm,
that I
mm,
really can't call her a star because I don't know,
mm.
she literally played supporting characters
Her entire career,
her
basically.
entire career. So
Yeah.
really, no, I wouldn't call her a star. There's somebody I want to call now. I don't know if it's about skill, right? I know you say skill, but if you define that skill that she held, it was for a short period, but I'm just gonna call her Tonto. Tonto let. For Tonto had a run, guys. It could be just 4 years. And you have to listen to me. Tonto defined a a I don't know if I should call it a generation.
It was an
But
era.
there was an era that Tonto defined because of the acting. She had this fake American accent thing going, and she had this acting to match it because you're not sure. You're like your flummox. Like, what is Tonto trying to achieve here? And it worked because after a while, people were acting like her. Like you could see, you can count like 3 other people who were really trying to be Tonto late in the films. And I don't know if it really should. So I would say Tonto. I would have said Oge Okoye, but I didn't know. I don't know if I can call her a star. But so I'm gonna go with Tonto because Tonto also achieved notoriety outside of film. But we're talking about skills here. But Tonto introduced a certain kind of acting that I find very interesting. Because after a while, people started copying it. People like Belinda, or was that her new name? But there were a
Grace
bunch of
Charis Darcy, please. Please, her
yeah,
name
thank
is
you,
Grace.
Grace. Yeah, but because we're saying star, I would say Tonto might not be everybody's cup of tea, which is true because sometimes it comes off as bad acting. But really, if you look at the kind of film she was acting, it was perfect for it. Let's not lie, let's not steal.
Mm.
And after that, people started copying that. I'm like, what a pioneer. So for now, let me just leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next on our list is the man who incited this whole thing. Um, Ekene, please tell us who is your best female Nollywood star.
I love it. You didn't even assume it would be Mrs. C. You
Because
just knew.
that woman is enjoying her time off. I know my twin. Please.
All right. Anyway, I have three people also on my list, but I'll rattle them off a bit more quickly. If I can, three of my favorites. I know the host who clearly doesn't know anything would disagree with me here, but Mercy Johnson. I think that woman has been doing it for decades across generations, and I haven't heard anything convincing to me why she shouldn't be considered. Honestly, if there's a Mount Rushmore for our female actors, I think she should be on it, to be honest, personally. Mercy Johnson, been doing it for years, been doing it across different genres. Um, I think she, I think, I think some people might be tired of a lot of a particular style of comedy that she does, which is fine. I can't say that I watch all of those type of films from her. The ones I've seen, I still think she's good in it. I love her in Passport. I always think even when she's playing outrageous characters, she always has them grounded. And yes, anyway, aside from the comedy, she's definitely able to do different genres very, very well. And let's not forget, she stole our hearts as a corporate housemaid. Oh my goodness. Anyway, moving on. The other person, this is in no particular order, by the way. The other person I have to give it to, who is a star, is Rita Dominic. Um, Rita Dominic is again same thing across many decades, just being absolutely keeping the quality as well. Like La Femme Angela is one of my. I don't know if we've been able to portray sexy like Rita has done in that film in Nollywood or anywhere since. I don't think so. It's just sexy, just a thing we don't know how to do in Nollywood. But trust Rita to be able to pull the unthinkable off. And this is again decades into her career by this point. So shout out Rita Dominic. And the third person I'm going to mention is Patience. Patience Ozokwo. Patience Ozokwo, I mean, like, we can't leave off any list. Again, this is someone who, even though I don't believe the one note thing worked, I think, especially when you're doing stardom, like, Tom Cruise, nobody's saying, Tom Cruise only do action man. That's the thing he's known for, right? That's the thing. Does he do it well? Yes. So therefore, we give him his flowers. Same with Patience. Patience has she absolutely owned the wicked mother-in-law role so much that, we call it a patience role. If somebody is doing a mother-in-law like that, to be able to capture an ethos, the spirit of the wicked mother-in-law so much that it becomes synonymous with your name. I mean, that's amazing. On top of that, she obviously had a hand in comedy with the Mama G character. What a woman, to be honest. She absolutely has to be in the list of, when we're talking about stars, she does deserve to be in the best. Yeah, so those are my three.
I hate to be agreeing with you because you have two of the people on my list, and it's quite annoying. Also, you have someone in the comments who is on your side with Mercy Johnson, who says Mercy Johnson is the best actress Nollywood has ever produced. Now, do I agree? Absolutely not. But everyone is entitled to their very bad and very obviously misguided opinions. Um, but yeah, Olana, please, we would love to hear from you who our best
Anyway,
female Nollywood stars are.
Elizabeth and Mr. C basically mentioned some of the key people I was going to mention. So I would like to deviation from them. Not necessarily from them, but I'd like to take a slight deviation.
Okay, to the new school, is that where you are hinting at?
Yes,
Well,
but
come on.
before I get to the new school, I just want to acknowledge Jackie Appiah, because I feel like I don't know if we can
Is
put.
Jackie Nollywood though? This is a question for the audience. Is Jackie Nollywood?
I think she dipped her toe.
She did she did Nollywood, but I don't want say Ghanaians will come and jack us for stealing their Gollywood princess. We have to be respectful here. Olana, I'm not. Oh, Olana's dropped. I'm not saying, like, I see why Jackie should have her flowers, but is Jackie a Nollywood star?
Nah, I think Ghanaians would riot. That's the small market
Hey,
they
not too
have.
much on Ghanaians, please. But honestly, I feel like, yes, did a couple of them come and dip their toes in the Nollywood space? Defo. Were they front facing for a few years? For sure, for sure. But I don't know if they qualify as Nollywood stars in the grand scheme of things. I can't wait for
Nobody
Olana to come back up.
nobody should call me with attacking Ghanaians. Ghanaians hold space, and when they do their own film space, they used to talk about looking up to Nigeria. Which, if you're looking up to Nigeria, I'm sorry.
Ooh,
Clearly,
ooh, ooh,
you're not in
Mr.
a good
C, Mr. C,
I've never
please.
seen it.
See, you guys, just allow Lana do the capia for this one. It moves, it works. Let's continue.
Anyway, we have new speaker, Abi.
Yes, Olana is here as well. Olana is back. So, Olana, please finish.
Let me bring it to the new guard. And on my list here, I have Kole at first. I don't know how new she is, but I feel like she would, she's not like Genevieve and Mercy Johnson. Also, Kehinde Bankole is on my list, obviously, for being a very stellar actress. I don't think there's a role Kehinde has not killed. Whatever you want her to be, she's going to be it. She can be a retired prostitute. She can be single mother. She can be a revolutionary female rights activist. Whatever you need her to be, she's going to be it, and you'll be immersed in that character, and you'll be immersed in who she is in that movie. So Kehinde Bankole top of my list. Another person on my have our time. That Zainab doesn't have. Where she does have our time on screen, she's always brilliant. Like, she brings eccentric characters. You see what she did in a movie like Sylvia, and she's just stellar every single time. Even if she has been in some movies that you're like, but for the most part, when she's in a movie, like even her role in Wedding Party, it wasn't even a major role, but it had so much um comedy to that movie just by being in that role. So Zainab Balogun is another person on my list. I'd like to mention Nse Beitim. I don't know if you guys can still hear me.
We are
We
here
can
for
hear
you. We are
you.
here for you. Carry
So
on.
Nse is also another person on my list because once again, whatever you need her to be, she's going to be it. I don't think I've seen Nse like play a bad role. Like, what I mean by play a bad role is like the entire movie can be, but Nse will not be bad. Like, there could be very poor.
Fine wine. Fine wine. Fine.
Stacy, I will mute you. Please behave yourself. Thank you very much. Um,
Adults. Me, I'm supposed to do.
I will mute. I will mute you. I have the button. Please let Olana finish. Now, see, Olana has dropped because of your bad behavior. While Olana's gone, can we have Uchenna, please? Thank you.
Okay, I wasn't actually planning to say anything. I just requested to speak in case I need to chip in later. But since I'm here, let me just say that I was particularly a big fan of Uche Montana, especially last year. Over the past few months, I've not been as much impressed with her work, especially since she started producing her own stuff. Um, Not that I think the quality of her acting is necessarily declined, but the material just doesn't seem to serve her. But I always liked her because she has a kind of subtlety and a kind of rawness to her performance that reminds me a lot of early Mercy Johnson. You know, like when Mercy Johnson came on the scene, you could tell that she was hungry and that she was somebody who seemed completely committed the uh, to the job. You know, she didn't have a lot of okay, what I'm gonna say this is it's probably gonna sound the wrong way, but what I want to say is that she didn't have a lot of shame. She threw herself into it in a way that was not really common with Nollywood performers who usually have a more mannered, distant way of performing. So I think Uche Montana is like that, and I also found her interesting for the fact that you could tell that she was clearly learning, but she was just giving all to her studies. She was doing everything she could to get better, and I think she still is, although the material just isn't as good. And her ventures into streaming and cinema haven't been quite as good. Somehow it seems as if the screen is too big for her there, but she seems to really live on YouTube. Maybe hopefully she'll be able to grow her performance to the point where she can convincingly lead a cinematic release.
Thank you, Uchenna. I also have Uche Montana on my list for the potential of new stardom. While it might not be in the levels of the Genevieve Naji and the Omotala Jalade Kendes and the Patiences, of course, of the world, their kind of stardom is completely different. But I think, given the current Nollywood context, Uche Montana is a star. Olana, I don't know. Elon has been messing you up. Can you please complete your list if you can run through it pretty quickly.
I I'm not sure where I left you guys. Have you? I don't know
Where did you leave us?
how far.
I think you left us
Did
at
I mention?
unsafe Beaton.
Okay, yeah,
Yes.
yeah, okay. Yes, I left you guys at unsafe betting. Nothing to write home about. Unsafe
Omo,
will be
Elon
written
is
about.
showing you Pepe. Oh. Elon is
Can
really
you
kicking
hear
your
me?
butt. You keep
Wait, wait,
going
can
in
you
and
hear me?
out.
Oh yeah,
Because
Ola, now yeah, continue.
Can
mine
you hear
was
me? Okay.
one of her performances. That's why Don keeps on messing with you. I
Mr.
didn't say
C, Mr. C, I will kick you off.
So who? Okay, yeah, I've mentioned Zaina Balogun. I've mentioned um Nse. I've mentioned who was the person I mentioned? I've forgotten right now. But I don't think I've mentioned Genoviva. I don't think I've mentioned Genoviva. I don't know. I like Genoviva's
Star.
performances.
Ola na
Can you guys
star.
hear me?
Ola na
Elizabeth,
star. Star.
I been one make she finish before I go jack her throat.
Oh my goodness
I been one make she
gracious!
finish before I go jack
Oh
her
my
throat.
goodness!
Don't worry.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Okay, okay, okay. I respectfully withdraw. So I think that's what I have for now. Zena Balogun, Kende Bankole, yeah, Kende Bankole, Zena Balogun, and Nse. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Olana. Now I can jack your throat. As somebody who genuinely loves Zena Balogun, I given the roles that she's taking on in Nollywood, do I believe that Zena Balogun should be a star? Yes, her star is rising. But the problem is she don't front facing enough. And yes, this can be attributed to Nollywood's institutional problems. It has nothing to do with her. But for the purposes of this conversation, I think she'll be
She's not. I get
I
that.
think she'll be better served in
Fall
our
under
oh,
underrated.
exactly. Because she's on my
Underrated.
list. She's on my list in underrated as well. Because given the current situation in Nollywood, there's certain people who fall under a specific list, regardless of their skill.
Yeah, she would fall under it. I get that.
Thank you.
So yeah,
Nan,
go ahead and say.
thank you very much for that. Next, we have EJ. Um, please tell us who you think the best Nollywood stars are. You're not limited to a specific era or a specific decade, but they have to be stars. I don't know if some of you missed my definition at the beginning of the space, but think front facing, prominent, in not mainstream Nollywood. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, first, truly. I'm excited to be here. I always join the spaces, but I really love that I'm speaking on this space today. Um, Now I would also agree with Olana, and I have my reasons because I don't think. First of all, I have a way I see I have a way I see most of these actors, right, and Nollywood stars as we call them. But I think people we now mistake people being fine. I'm sorry to say this, people that have good shape with people that can actually act. And I think that's why I also have a problem because I can mention a lot of women that I be like, I watch them, I be like, what is this? And they are female Nollywood stars that like the A list people. But I think that's not the conversation, as you said. So I just want to put it out there, just in case the topic comes any day. First of all, I will agree with Bankole. Bankole is a beautiful, beautiful actress, and I'm not saying this with I'm saying this because she's an actress. She's she's good. She's good at what she does. And I think there's something our directors are also missing because these days when I watch movies, especially when we are because English is the formal language, I think that's what most actors use to communicate. That's what mostly our dialogues are being written in. And you're having you're watching a movie and you can see that this person is is not only that the acting even he or she cannot even act out or speak like the character that he or she is taking the role. Like the role, you can't even talk like that person. And I think that is what Bankole has proven so many times. I watched her in this Bolanle's movie. What's this woman's movie where she was a nanny or a cleaner, something like that. I've forgotten the name of the movie.
Sister.
The way she spoke, I'll be like, is Sister, thank you very much. The way she spoke, you would even, if you're watching her for the first time, you think, oh, she doesn't know how to speak English, or she's not good in speaking English. The same thing in Adire, the same thing in most of her movies. Like, it's not only about taking up the character, it's the language modification, like how they are able to speak like that character. And sorry, I'm going to call him man now. I think that's also something
We
that
can't call man. No,
Uzo
sorry,
does
we
so
can't call
well.
man. This space is purely woman place. Next week, Mr. C will return to come and talk about men. But this week, we're talking about women. Thank you.
Very much. But I think Bankole is one. Bankole for me, oh God, if she speaks, and I'm very, very particular with language, because dialogue doesn't flow if you have a language barrier. If you are speaking, you are not a Yoruba, like you're a Yoruba character, and I cannot see that intonation. I cannot see that flow. Like dialogue carry expression, and the language too carries everything. If you can express yourself in that language very well, you have done half of the job. And that is something Bankole and Kehinde Bankole does so well. I want to give it to her. Another beautiful person for me is Bisola. Busela has proven again to be a very, very fantastic actor. She's not somebody who doesn't know how to um wear the role so well. She's good. She has showed it so many times in the movies that she has been casted in. I think she's also beautiful. And let me go back in the day and bring back Mercy Johnson as this. Mercy Johnson is good, right? She was good. I don't know. I think now I'm having my doubts about her, maybe because she has left the game for so many for a long time. But she was one of those fantastic actors. Like you look at her, and you think, is this person acting? She's not. She doesn't look like she's acting. But I think for me to also, I would also give her accolades because she gave hope to a lot of people who didn't have the physique, who didn't have the looks, right? Her era was an era where if you don't look like the pretty Rita Dominic, Uche Jumbo,
Can I
Iniedo,
cut you off
you
there,
look,
please,
you know,
EJ? I hate to, and this is coming from someone who doesn't think S. Johnson is that fantastic an actress. I would like to say it is unconscionable to say that Mercy Johnson is not beautiful. That is an incredibly beautiful woman.
Most
Body,
sexiest people.
body was tea and still is
Well,
tea.
Her
oh,
body,
body
she has
was
good body,
body.
so
No,
fat
we are
was
not
not
going
a
to.
disadvantage.
No, we are not going to. I think we are here to critique. We are
No,
not
but
going
you are
to. I'm
saying
not
no,
going
but
to.
no,
I'm
but
not
you
saying
are
her
saying
body was
that, but
not
you are
okay.
saying
I'm talking
that in
about.
her era, she
No,
gave
do
hope,
you
she
know?
gave
Do
hope
you
to the
okay?
not so
Let's
fine
be
girls.
frank.
All I'm saying is,
For the sake of conversation, first, truly, for the sake
eh,
of conversation, with the way we are seeing Nollywood now, do you think that
that
somebody like Mercy Johnson, if she was coming out now, stands with what we see now,
yes,
that is about
yes,
looks, how
yes.
you look,
If
Haba, what
how
do
Mercy
you
you mean?
Johnson
You
should
know the
come
funny
in
thing is
when
that
Mercy Johnson was young,
you just said you just said that people are getting roles for like having a nice
body.
body
Have
and
you
stuff like
seen
that. What
Mercy
the
Johnson at
fuck?
20
Like
something?
no,
Come off it now. I will.
but also
No, 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 no. Let's not say that,
count.
please. No. Mercy Johnson was and still is an incredibly beautiful woman.
a whole MJ.
No,
People were
no, no,
writing
no,
to
no,
you
no,
to
no,
put
no, no, no,
MJ in
no, no.
mind.
That's where we will have problem. That is in the words of an epitome of beauty. What?
I will say it. I will say it that I don't think Mercy Johnson is that facially beautiful. That's me. But in terms of her body, that's what she originally was even noticed for.
No, her
Before people
cheekbones were
even started,
cheekbone in Uchenna.
before people even started
Her
acknowledging
face
that she's
was not
It
I
actually
didn't
was
a
talk
her
beautiful.
about
beautiful
body,
woman.
body.
yes.
In her
I
first
didn't
couple
talk
of
about.
Yes.
roles,
I
they
said her
all
face.
highlighted her body, and then she was always on the
Yes.
list of
It
top
was her
bodies in
body.
Nollywood. That's what she was
Yes.
known for. So to say that she didn't, that's revisionism. Because originally people just thought she was just a great body.
Yes. Sorry, guys. I remember when she came out, and it was that year of abortion belt. I promise you, Mercy
Did
Johnson was
not
everybody's.
she didn't need
It was the year.
abortion belts.
That's the point.
Where
Nobody
was the
needed it. We
waist?
just used to use it to
She was
authenticate
No,
it.
the
But
only
that's
where
the
was
point.
guy.
Mercy's waist?
Wait, Vanessa, the point is that nobody even needed
Ha!
abortion belts when they wore it. It was fashion accessory. But the point is, when she wore it, it was the talk. See, she will wear something, people will go and buy it and wear it to uni.
Thank you.
That's how much Mercy Johnson's body was an influencer. So yes, she was the body. She was Mercy the body.
Mercy the body, like
Not to
Megan
even
Fox
mention
of
somebody else
Nollywood.
that's constantly in corset. Lori waist kekere. Mercy's waist was non-existent. Mercy's
My
waist,
network kicked me
Mercy's
out.
waist was non-existent.
Mercy,
Thank you. That's all. EJ, please continue.
but
Finish. Thank you.
I just had to say she's a good actor. I watched her like when she was in those Princess Maid. I watched a lot of her movies, and she was a good actor. So another person too, I also want to add is Choma Chukwuka. Oh my God, Choma took us at his like Choma really surprised me, and her consistency is something that I must applaud. She's someone that one minute you think she's no more here, and then you see something and you be like, "Ha, is this the same Chioma Chukwuka?" Like I have to give it to her. I just have to give it to her. She's good. She understands what acting is about, and I think she ticks all the boxes for me. Chioma Chukwuka ticks all the boxes for me. I have never watched any of her movie where I'm like, Shebi you're a Ubo woman. Why are you speaking like this? Or Shebi you're a this person. Why you so I have never like it's always flowing. She understands mood. She understands when not to scream, when not to shout. Like she just knows she knows what she knows how to embody a character when she's giving anyone. So I have to also add her. She's really, really solid. Now the last person is nobody else but Nse. Oh my God. I'm not going to. I think at this point, Nse should start doing Hollywood for us. She's now above Nollywood pay grade, if you ask me. Nse needs to leave Nollywood and try
because of the
her
accent.
hands. Hollywood. It's not even the accent. It's not about it. I think if you have watched women like Viola Davis, others, is it because she's Nigerian? Please, oh, I put her in those people's if I put them in a room, I think she should be in there too because she's one of those people that understands how to portray a powerful character. She understands the emotions that she should carry. She understands everything. I have to give I think she has a movie coming out. I'm so excited to watch that movie because I'm always excited to see Nse in any movie because I
Thank
know
you.
she's not going to flop.
Thank you, EJ. Sorry, I
She's
have to
never
cut you off. I'm gonna have to move on. But thank you.
all right.
So
Thank
we've
you.
got
Thank
four
you.
from you. And then I have film heady. Is that you have just period as your profile name? Uh-huh. Thank
Yes.
you.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I think if we are talking about stars, I think it will be this one is everybody knows this one, Genevieve. Um, I think with Genevieve, it's not just the acting. I think it's beyond the acting for me. It's the brand, and I don't think there's any brand like hers. You know, and also the acting too. Growing up, I used to think that acting had to be loud. It had to be gin gin gin. And like even when some people are saying Missy Johnson, I used to think her acting was great too. But as I grew older, I got accustomed to natural acting. Acting acting that you cannot tell that you're acting. If anytime I see you and all automatically I can tell that you're over. It's over the top. It's like you're on stage. It's so melodramatic. It's so that's not good acting for me. So yeah, Genevieve and who else? Patience too. Patience killed her roles that so much that some people thought that she was like that in real life. And she was natural too. She did not have to shout for her to pass her line, or rather for her to be believable. So, and I think if we're mentioning stars, or rather good acting, believability, because when people are acting, you can tell that you don't behave like that in real life. I mean, you will not respond like this. Oh, I can do this. Like, the way Mr. Johnson talks, nobody will respond like that in real life. Nobody will respond. Like, it's so melodramatic. It's theatrical. It's like, oh yeah, arts now. It's like, so it does not look believable. It's just in your face. You can tell that this one is not your natural response. It's not believable. So yeah, that's why Genevieve does it for me. Patience. Somebody mentioned trauma too. With trauma, why trauma stands out for me is because the roles trauma, early trauma, not even this current, the roles trauma took early on in her career was so different from who she is in real life. They say most times actors act the way they are in real life. Like you see a bit of like you see a bit of them in their roles. But with trauma, I mean, from what we've gathered and from what we can see on social media, she's somewhat like a boisterous and somewhat, I won't say loud, but somewhat loud and active person. But the role she was taking earlier on, and she did it so well, you would think that she's a very calm person. So she's a very convincing actor. You could almost swear that this one cannot hurt a fly. So she's very convincing, she's very believable. So that's why she's on my list. So yeah, those three. Genevieve has built a brand that there's no that Genevieve is like, I consider her like the way you see Apple, Samsung, that is how she carries her brand. So that she will stay out of acting for 7 years and still anytime she shows up, there's still that she has built a brand that will, I don't think anybody has been able to do what she did. If Whiskey stopped singing for 7 years, I don't know if
Ha,
people will talk
wahala,
about
wow. Thank you very much, please. Thank you. Before you finish us, I wax lyrical on Genevieve's head. We have a new speaker here. Torera, please. Can you tell us who you think some of the best female Nollywood stars are? Stars, to be precise. Torera?
Hi, good evening. Sorry, I was trying to unmute myself. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
It's been a while. Hello, Film Club. Okay, not to sound like a broken record because people have mentioned a lot of names I would like to mention, but I want to talk about Stephanie Linus. Many people have not mentioned her, but she was that lady that came on as a tomboy at that time, and people were like, "Oh, Stephanie," and she's like, in fact, even people thought, yeah, she came in as a tomboy at that time, and people were like, "Ah, she's a tom." But later, you saw her transition into a proper lady roles, and she for me, she really killed it at that time. She was a star at that time, and although she, fell off the wagon, if we would say so, but she really, really, really was it for me as at that time. And I really enjoyed the acting. And Vanessa, I disagree with you about Mr. Johnson being melodramatic. There are people I've met in real life that you wonder if they were acting because they are that melodramatic. I think she represents those category of people that are quite melodramatic. Yeah. So for me, Stephanie Linus. Apart from Stephanie Linus, I would also mention, I know that they didn't I don't know if we will call them stars now, because by definition of stars, these are people that actually moved and shook the industry when they were there, not just by their personnel, but also by their acting, which is why I would agree with the era of Tonto DK, because she was an era. She really, really, people were actually, dressing like her, speaking like her, and she really did a fantastic job at that time. I don't want to mention all the names that you mentioned, Genevieve and Motolano. I don't want to mention all those names. I just want to, give us a new perspective into these people. So
Thank you very much.
I've mentioned Stephanie, I've mentioned Tonto,
Mm,
and I will be going a little bit. I'll be coming a little bit down into this recent time. I
okay.
don't think she qualifies as a star. That's the problem. But there is no role that she has done that she has not, you know, done well. So that's the thing, right? She's not stars. I'm sure people will struggle to place her once in a while when you mention her name, but she's one of those people. Maybe I will call her rising star now. That when they're talking about people in Hollywood that are coming up, she's one of them. So I'll mention that one. Once I mention the final star, I want to mention this final star is I don't know how to describe. I don't know how to describe. this final star. She was just there, but she killed her roles in a way that, mattered at that time. Stella Damasus. I know many people have issues with her, but she killed her roles at that point in time when she was there. From the cry baby to the lover girl to I remember her till today. She and Ramsey Noah were love interests in that movie. And Stella Damasus, she was the moment at that time. But it was then she and Desmond Elliott were partners behind closed doors, Missing Angel. Stella Damasus was that moment. So I would say Stella Damasus. I would say Stephanie Linus, and I would mention Tonto Dike. Then for the person I mentioned about rising star that killed her will be Omomi Dada. People don't talk about that enough. But she's in a lot of blockbusters, a lot of movies. And
Sorry, now we have an underrated. Oh, we have an
okay, when we
underrated
get to that
section.
level,
So,
then it's one of those people. But the three, of course, Stella, Stephanie, and Tonto.
thank you very much. Halfway when you said Stella, I was like Stella, and then I remembered growing up seeing Stella on basically almost every movie poster. I also believe that she and RMD belong together, and I don't care what anybody tells me. They are married in my
I
childhood
wanted to
head.
marry she and Destiny at some point. She and Destiny at some point.
So I'm going to bust your heart. I never liked Desmond Elliot, so every time I used to see him, I used to frown
No
my
way,
face.
I like
But
him.
but I definitely believe that Stella Damasus and RMD belong together. Now somebody called me out and it's not right. You said me that I think Mercy Johnson is melodramatic. You people are putting words in my mouth. I've never ever said that tonight. I just don't believe she's a good actress. It's not even about melodrama. It's not even about one thing, one thing. I just don't believe she's a good actress. That's all. Okay. You people Kukuma have said all the things I wanted to say. The people I had on my list were Richard Dominic, I had Genevieve Naji, I had Patience Ozokwo, I had Uche Montana for the current day. Yeah. Oh,
Which
Elizabeth has her hand up.
has not written yet. Oh.
See, don't say which has not risen yet. See, the problem is in the context of current Nollywood, and this is where I'm coming from. In our current space where cinema no longer makes stars, cinema no longer gives people visibility. Uche, in that context, is a star. She has more visibility on YouTube than
Yeah,
many
for
of the
our
people
audience. Yeah.
who they inside cinema and Netflix. So for the context of current day Nollywood, given the state that Nollywood is in, I believe Uche Montana is a star. Uh-huh. I have Elizabeth's hand up and then Ekene, then after that we'll move swiftly on, guys.
Yeah, so I wanted to touch on I just remember I wanted to say that Chioma, in the context of Chioma, I would say that Chioma's rise to stardom, Chioma is like those I would use the word late bloomers. Like when she came out during the time of the Uche Jumbo, Ini, she wasn't exactly taking like lead roles, and then the movies she was lead role for, there were few and far in between. I think that's the way to say it. Whatever. But I like the fact that she capitalized. She's one of those people who's been consistent, and when roles started coming out for people in their forties, she was that babe. She was your to go, and you are 100% sure that her craft has improved. Right. So I like this Chioma, who is a star in her forties and is now front facing, because at the start of her career she wasn't exactly. That's for Chioma. For what's the other person? For Stephanie Linus, I do not agree that she's a star, and I'll tell you why. Stephanie came out around the same time. Stephanie was like early 2000s, I think, after she went for a pageantry or so. Can't remember now. And when Stephanie came out, she was also taking like supporting role characters. Let me tell you why I do not think craft wise. I mean, yeah, we will disagree later, but in the context of style, anyways, I remember Stephanie for the fact that she was one of those people with the fake American accents, also. And I think it was, and the problem with acting that we've had. Not to say that our actors in their element are not good actors, but the moment she starts to fake an accent, it affects your acting. And I think it's a theory hypothesis actually, we've floated a couple of times on this space that when you see people acting in their element, that is, they're speaking their first language, the way they come off is often different from when they are speaking like a secondary language, a second language, or a language. So I don't know if that's one of those things that messed with her acting. But Stephanie Linus had a couple of lead acting roles, which is similar to Chioma, but Chioma wasn't exactly a star then. Stephanie Linus was just popular. She was fine. She was tall. She also almost looked like Genevieve. I think there was a lot of comparison going on till then in the mid 2000s. And then she got married and dipped. And then I think the last movie she was in was probably Dry. So I just don't think that she had enough time to grow into being a star per se. So, and the reason why I've not said star is that so I would have counted as somebody like Chioma. It's just that she did not, unlike Chioma, sustaining acting and becoming a star into her 40s. That didn't happen for Stephanie. Was like, it was just cut short. Yeah, that's my contribution.
Thank you, Elizabeth. And I agree. I don't think Stephanie Linus was a star. She, yeah. Mr. Ekene, you had your hand up at some point.
Yeah,
Do you still have something to say?
yeah, just two really quick things. In support of Elizabeth with Stephanie Linus, although I do see it almost sort of the other way where I don't, it's difficult to argue someone isn't a star when I feel like I know their name, when I'm not like, from back then. I remember Stephanie, before Stephanie Linus was Stephanie Okereke. And that, the fact that I know that can't be by chance. The only other thing I would say to that is that I do remember her as this person who was supposed to take over Genevieve. She was being spoken of as she was going to take over Genevieve's reign. It never even came close
It just
to
never
happening.
happened.
It never came even close to happening. But yeah, then the person I want to give an honorable mention to, because it hasn't been said, I don't think, and I think it wouldn't be fair for this to close without her name being mentioned. I think it's Shola Shobowale. And I don't think we should take what she did for granted it's not very heard of. And Kemi Adetiba is a lot to thank for this, obviously, but what she did, we speak about, like, people becoming huge stars in some of these women becoming even bigger stars, like Chioma Chukwuka is one of them. Rita Dominic was always kind of a star, so she doesn't even count. But like Chioma Chukwuka is maybe the only other person, and I swear Chioma Chukwuka she just put in so much hard work. And again, for me, Sev, those are in a lot of supporting roles, a lot of small roles. I think this Seven Doors is the biggest sort of thing she's done in a while. I think Chioma Chukwuka is somebody or Chioma Akpata, it's somebody who really needs to be given more lead roles, even for her. She, I think, would work as underrated for me. But what Shola did with King of Boys, incredible. Obviously, we know what it is. It's obviously a combination of Kemi Adetiba's writing, directing, and Shola's performance. But all of those things combined together created all of these copycats of political crime genres. And we got all the things like Shantytown and all the apologies that we got after that, basically. But I think it's so difficult to do what she did at her age, especially when, like, what you're doing, you're not like known for like beauty. Well, she's a, she's a beautiful woman, but like she's not doing a beautiful part, or she's not doing something for. She played a lead role and she owned it, and she almost gave birth to new life. It's just I can't explain how difficult that is to do, and the fact that she, obviously she had that wedding party thing that also part of this new resurgence, but the Oba role, absolutely something that we can't take for granted. We can,
Volume 2, but yes,
I
Shola
can mute you
Shobowale.
now, Ba. Thank you. Um, Sean Julie also agrees with you. Sean Julie says, aside the big three at the time, Genevieve, Omotola, and Stella Damasos, I think she was stereotyped. Never saw her in a varied role. Aside the romance girly, sue a woman for knowing what she knows how to do. Rita Dominic and Shola Shobowale. I think what's his name? Terence also has Choma Chukuka. Queen Nwokoye. Was Queen a star? Was
No,
Queen a star?
her star is still rising.
Okay, still rising. Even till today. Okay. Genevieve Naji, Rita Dominic. Terence says Iniedo, and another person says Iniedo as well. And Shafi Bello. I think Shafi Bello's style was revitalized as well in recent times. I think if anything that Nollywood has done well in the last decade is revitalize the careers of specific actors, middle-aged actors, and just brought them back. And it's been fantastic. I think now we can move along, guys, into the part that will cause fights and war and rumble in the jungle. What do you don't laugh, guys? This is a serious something. And I have a feeling, a stinking suspicion that our list will be leaning more towards actors from the 2010s and the 2020s, unfortunately, for this era. I'm laughing, guys, because I'm nervous, not because I'm evil. We are moving on to who we think the worst, guys, female Nollywood stars are. Who you people think lack skills? Who you people think aren't competent? Who you people think don't deserve the careers that they have? Yeah. Elizabeth,
I think
please.
I think it's very I really I think this is hard, especially when you say don't deserve the careers that
Mark,
they
no,
have. Okay,
I
thank
was just
you.
being
Thank
facetious.
you
Then no,
very much.
I
Thank
was
you.
just being
Thank
facetious.
you. Thank you. Thank you. I just needed to clarify that because no matter how bad, awful, poor, whatever, every single person deserves, and really, every single person deserves. If we're a nation, or if we're a nation that is susceptible to pyramid scheme, so there is really nothing wrong in somebody pulling off a pyramid scheme in the Nollywood acting, which I very much respect. In fact, I respect it so much. If you can pull off telling people that you're a very good actor and you buy it, and you tell it by using your face, your body, whatever, your charisma, you deserve your career. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Okay, now to important business. Now, are you good or not? Number one would be Regina Askia. Love my babe down. Love her 10 toes, but God, what a shitty actress. She was so bad. You guys, I don't think you understand. I'm not that old. I'm in my 30s, mid 30s. But at the same time, you can imagine how old I was when I was watching Regina Askia. Even that I was like, Mawagara, you. There was nothing that you could have done. But that babe was fine. Oh my God, I cannot forget her in Full Moon. For you to know that, not so much of my girl, I'm just the only one saying this now. Okay, you people should not say this. Don't come and abuse her after we fight. Let me just. T- she had this ice thingy going on, and I was like, give up. Give up. I'll marry you. I'll put you in a house. I'll give you money. Don't act again. Do not subject us to this. But she did stop. Thank God somebody took her abroad. She's not a nurse. Thank you, Father Lord. She's still a star. She's still, popular. Her name still carries weight. But she didn't good. There is nowhere that she could have been good. As in, you could not even have dunked her in an acting class and she would have pulled it off. It's impossible. But love her 10 toes down. Did you see her in Karashika? No, 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 it wasn't that. Oh, no, Highway to the Grave. Highway to the Grave. Oh Lord, it was something, guys. Anyways, let's give it up for Regina Askia, a beautiful eyes and a mini skirt. So the other person, you do deserve your career because you're a beautiful babe and you can act. She can act, but she's as inconsistent as NEPA. She's so inconsistent that if you want to, I know the person you want to, don't mention it, but if I mention it, oh, if you throw a die right now and you say,
Please be careful. Let us approach with caution.
no, we will not approach with caution.
Please do not interrupt Elizabeth when she
If
speaks.
you throw dice now and say, if I get a 7, you know how, oh no, let me, don't let me use dice. If you throw a coin and you say heads, you are good, tail, you are bad, and you throw eggs, you will be bad. In secret, let's talk about it. Come forward to the very front, darling. Let's talk.
I agree
Sit
with
down.
you.
Let me
Come
finish.
out.
Come out, sit down. Let's talk about it.
Urgently.
She was, when she came out, and she came out like thinking her mid-30s. And it was something I really like because this is surgeons of Nollywood has always built actors from their 20s, from their teen years. Look, that this is why Omotola and Genevieve can be stars. Because they learned on the job, they matured on the job, they even fumbled on the job, right? But one thing you can't take away is star power. And because they had a long time to learn, right? We've always had that. People who just grew into the system. But Issa came in her 30s and it was awesome for me. I remembered it was one of these Isong Sisters films. Was it Reloaded? Can't remember. It was one of those things that came out when I was in like maybe my final year in uni. But that
It
was my
was
first time
reloaded.
seeing that.
It was reloaded.
Yeah. Yeah. So it was like 0809. So I remember probably my final year. It was awesome. And I needed to check, who is this person? She wasn't she wasn't exactly the best there, but she was a new face that could act. And then she did Mr. and Mrs. and she just wowed the nation. I'm like, you know what? Standing ovation. Come on, give it up for insect waiting. And then it started the wobbling. You did not even give yourself time. You did not even do like the other people. And not just the wobbling, the consistently acting the same scene. Sorry, that it might sound like I'm not being nice, but everything is being me. I'm just joking. I'm actually be serious. Then she got married to Mr. Silly, then went to the UK, then got an accent by marriage. And the acting, it do like this, it do like that, to the left, to the right. Every time you hear in say, and she's with a British accent, just know that we're in trouble. Which brings me back to, can you really act, or is the language holding you by the neck? Is the accent holding you? That's why you see some people, they are so fluent when they're acting. You like, oh, they're so good in Yoruba films. When I watch and that Igbo film, she was so good. And but while she was speaking the English, was she good? Oh my god. The one that sealed it for me, I'd seen a couple of bad films. This one, Something Love and Kini Kong, that they were three friends in Abuja, bad film. Then when I watched it, but the annoying thing was that she was just playing the same person, the same person with the British accent, annoying me. And then she now acted that fine wine. Fine wine already. We know that the story is there and here. Beauty. Nobody's talk about it. It was romantic. Thanks for coming. Mr. C, don't say a word. And then in Sepetim, now started doing what she was doing on that call with RMD. I say Kini go no. And really, I don't honestly, I would have said she should have given herself enough time, like the older people, to start to. I mean, we're talking about what's the face? We're talking about Chioma. I mean, acting into her 40s. We are seeing people grow into their crafts later years and they are now grounded. And then we have Inse that will not let go of this British accent. Even Beverly, that was the first time I saw Beverly was inside that same Reloaded or one of those films. She was awful. and she was speaking with the undiluted British accent. And even though she's still holding that accent so tightly, don't want to let go, she has even grew this craft small. So that's it for me. That's the second person. There's another person that I think is, and I don't want to use the word overrated. See, and maybe I shouldn't talk much on her because she reminds
Let's
me of
save it for
Tonto.
overrated. Let's save it for overrated.
Okay, overrated, but this is
There's an overrated section.
okay.
Don't worry,
All
don't worry.
right,
Let's save it
we'll
for
talk
them.
about overrated. But that's it. Those
Yes.
two for me. Thanks for coming.
Thank you so much. And I just want to say, because I don't think I'll get a chance to mention some of mine, I agree wholeheartedly. When people were talking about best female stars, I was cringing in my seat because God Almighty is inconsistent. And this is the problem. And like Elizabeth said, it's not that she can't act. She can. The problem is it do go up and down, up and down, up and down. Have you people ever seen a wonderful creation called Small Chops? If you have watched Small Chops,
I have small
okay,
chops.
thank you. That's all I have to say. If you've not watched Small Chops, go and look for Small Chops and watch. And I want you to tell me if Nse Ikpe Etim is a consistent actor. And unfortunately, this British accent by marriage has done even more havoc on her performance.
But if she's in, it be more of maybe like an overrated than a
No, no, no,
worst.
no, 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 Olana. This is a worst. Because I need
She's quite
you people,
rated, Olana. She's quite
she's
rated.
quite rated. It's not about overrated. She can act. The problem is not her acting abilities. The problem is the inconsistency here. I want you people to remember something because I'm going to drag all of you now. All of you who waxed lyrical about her performance in King of Boys, the series. I want all of you to come outside and chop your floggings. Because that performance did not deserve the praise that it got. All of you,
I don't recall what
as you
King
shouldn't,
of Boys
because it
is.
was an
I don't even recall.
unmemorable, what is the English? Forgettable performance. It was quite forgettable, and people were waxing lyrical everywhere on the timeline. It's was this, it's was
Was
that,
this,
it's
since there
was
was
this.
that, since there was this.
I need you people
I
to
need you
be
people
so for real.
to be so for real.
Glamour Girls was my unforgettable performance. I
It's
mean,
not
what was the
forgettable.
It's
name?
Glamour
not
Girls
forgettable.
was
Glamour Girls
offensive.
was offensive.
Okay, glad we all agree here. Thank you all very much. I think next on the list we have Mr. Ikene. Please tell us who you think some of the worst are.
Okay, first of all, not too much on my answer, please. Not too much on my answer. Deal with her in fine wine all you want, but let's let's um let's leave her King of Boys Volume Two
Small Top,
performance.
Glamour Girls, the list go on and on and on
Yeah,
and
What
on
do you
and
mean
yeah.
leave
on.
her
Okay,
in
but
King of Boys?
share if we're in the bad side. You can't put things in the bad now. Now what for now?
Yes, we can. No, but you go tell us what we go do. You
Oh,
are
you
not
guys.
in charge. You are not in charge here, sir.
Okay, all right. Okay,
I'm the captain now.
do whatever you want. All right.
Thank you.
I actually have a proper list. All right. So I can't. I'm sure somebody was going to say this one, and I'm sure this is on our host list most likely. Let's not beat about the bush. I'm surprised this was not the first name that was mentioned, but Sharon Oja.
Woohoo! Come on.
Sharon
Sorry,
Oja.
okay, sir.
Yeah,
So
100%. She has
100% Elizabeth.
She's a
100%.
Sorry,
star,
no vex,
please.
no vex, no vex.
Yeah. So congratulations, Sharon, on being a star. Also, but I guess you means you do get to make the worst list. Oh, in terms of worst stars. I don't feel like I need to explain this one.
No explanations needed.
And I'm not going to actually. I'm just going to say it because we should all be able to agree on this one. All right. The second on my list is Nancy Isime. I think some people may disagree.
I agree
I
with you.
don't think. I think she used Smartin to be better than Sharon. Smartin to be better than Sharon. I think sometimes she can lead people into thinking that she can really hold a performance. But if you watch the setup too, you should realize that I'm right, and that she does deserve to be on this list, as far as I'm concerned. And then the third person on my list is somebody that recently came to mind from recent things, and that's Tony Abraham. So Tony Abraham is
It's on my list.
Tony Abraham is who I feel sometimes the people who hate Mercy Johnson are describing, or who doesn't think Mercy Johnson can act are describing. Like that's what it's not grounded. It's lazy. It's often offensive sometimes as well. I'm just not sure. I'm not sure how this has worked for her. But I guess, like Elizabeth said, we are the country where MMM will come and blow tomorrow. If we come out tomorrow,
Don't
we
push
will
back
blow.
yet, please.
So those are my three for the ones I think.
Such a worthy three. You know, I hate to agree with you, but such a worthy three. Wow. This is the first time since I've known you that I'm so proud of you. Wow. Guys, I know people think I'm such a hater, and you might be right. However, what a worthy three. In fact, you took two of my top two in the specific order in which I had them. My number three is a little bit arguable, but I don't leave space for arguing because, guys, I'm the captain here. And I'm going to say it so that people can ruminate in your hearts while I speak about my choice. Jemima Osunde. That's all. Next on the list, we have Olana. Guys, can you guys hear Olana? I feel like Olana is away from the mic.
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you, but either you're using earphones or you're away from the mic, so we are also hearing echoes.
Can you guys hear me?
Either you're using earphones or
No, there's what's his name? Elozonam that is doing me like this.
It's better now.
Okay. I was going to say that should Jemima really a star?
the
You know
answer
what's
is no.
valid.
Continue.
You know what's valid.
Continue.
So the person on my list, apologies to everyone involved, apologies to the AMVCA as well, and to everyone who voted, but I don't know. Osas is on my list, and it's one of those.
Not too much of my
Can
good
she
sis
act?
now. Not too much of my
I'm
good
sorry,
sis.
like lovely shape, lovely body. Honestly, if this was like best dressed every single year, the AMVCA is up there. But acting, I'm so offended by those two AMVCAs for multiple reasons. I sometimes I dream of her performance in Rattlesnake, and I wake up with shivers, and I wonder, did she really earn that award? And it's something that I don't think my spirit will ever be okay with. But um the whole accent thing, it's not her fault, obviously, because she was imported, so there's only so much she can do about the accent. But like it kind of interrupts the acting and interrupts the performances and interrupts the character. So I don't know. I would put her on my worst just because she snatched two awards off of that acting that others like her or at the same level as her as far as acting goes have just not been able to do. That's one of the most fugazi things that have happened in the world in recent times.
Olana,
So
I know you're quite
yeah, just
passionate
because she had
about
those.
this, but can we move forward?
So I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But like, yeah, she's off on my list. Toyin Abraham is also on my list. Not to be confused with Toyin Aimaku, however, because I heard that the Aimaku version knew how to act, but the Abraham version has fallen off the ladder. I don't know what's going on there. And this is I've been so nice to watch a couple of things, and the performance it's not a performance. Then another person, I don't know, this is like recent, like I recently went back to, because sometimes I do go back to watch old movies to confirm if certain persons can act. I was going to put Lillian Back on my list, but I'm not sure Lillian Back would sorry Lillian Bach would count as a star. But yeah, she stole a career in acting. And I don't know. I think Sandra Jones was not very good. But once again, I don't know if Sandra Jones would count as a star. But yeah, this is my list per se. This is my list. Mainly the two-time AMVC amongst others. The other people
Wow,
like
not you
Nancy have
just
already been
coming with a
mentioned.
target, not you coming with a specific target and you aim directly at one person, Olana. All the other people you were mentioning were like, "But I don't think they are stars. I don't think they are stars." You just use it to cover up the fact that you came specifically to target my
No,
darling.
it's no,
I'm
come
not.
on
No, I'm not
now.
gonna begrudge anybody targeting. Oh. Genuinely, please target all you want, guys. I'm not gonna begrudge. I'm just saying, me, don't worry. It's just because I love Osas. That's all. I genuinely, that's my baby girl. But I do agree the acting, guys.
No, I like her too, but
No,
I don't know if
nah.
I like her enough for two MVCs, Like
Eh, is it
she's
her fault that they say people should vote?
okay, but I don't know
You can't begrudge her
if,
the people's choice.
know,
The people voted for
if,
her.
if she never had the two. It's not her fault. As I said, I don't.
Okay, thank you, Alana. I think next we have Uchenna.
Okay, this is the worst, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay, yeah, that's kind of difficult for me because I really don't like to feel like I'm picking on people, and to be honest, there are so many bad actors that I could just stay here and list them all day. Most of the ones I would have in mind have already been named. I guess I would just add to the list Adeswa Itomo.
Not you
Something about
stealing
her
my
just
person too. Wow.
something about her just takes me out of the movie every time. She seems so determined. She seems so committed to what she's doing, but somehow I think she constantly projects the wrong kind of energy. So there's something about seeing her in the movie that automatically makes me take it a little less seriously. Nothing against her, of course.
Yeah, no. Nothing against her. It's just every time Adeswa, specifically guys, there's a trajectory to Adeswa's career. When Adeswa entered the scene, Adeswa was a romance, baby girl. She had done Falling, she had done Knocking on Heaven's Door, we thought potential in it. Post marriage to a certain somebody, Adesua decided to pivot in her career towards action. Guys, guys, that's where everything went to shit to hell in a handbasket.
Yeah, it's the action stuff where she alienates me. I can't remember too many of her romance roles at this point, but the action stuff, she's just so consciously trying to put on a side,
Exactly.
and she just does not have that energy. It just doesn't work. She's trying so hard to play tough, and it's not really
Guys,
translating.
there's an Adesua action face. If you don't know what it looks like, watch what's that film that they were doing twist up and down the place?
The
The
setup,
The
setup.
setup.
Uh-huh.
the
I see.
setup
I didn't even
too.
have to say too much. People already know it.
The
Watch
setup
the
is perfect
setup.
for you to see all of it because she amps it up even more. Uh,
Yes,
she just doesn't know how to. She doesn't know how to turn it down even small. That's like her face for everything. Once she's the action woman, hey, that's the face. And it feels like a to buttress Uchenna's point. It feels like a small child forming vex, right? It doesn't suit you. I don't believe it. Like I know you like you're squeezing your face, but it doesn't mean anything to me. And it's just like
It's like an app.
yeah, it's just like it just feels like it's somebody in a strop other than like badass, and it's just so sad.
guys, you think setup two she turned it up? I want you to go and watch the critically acclaimed Gangs of Lagos. Gangs of Lagos. I don't want you to watch other people in that film. I want you to specifically turn on the film and focus all your attention on Adesua Itomi. When you have done so, come online and tell me what you think. Because throughout that film, I kept looking at like, Shepe baby was seriously. Is she serious? Am I supposed to take her seriously here? Wow. Wow, 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 guys. Thank you very much, Uchenna. That was wonderful. That was one of my people.
Let me just add. I mean, I don't know why they cast her in these parts. I mean, because she doesn't. I mean, on one. I mean, maybe it's because she seems to have the physique, and to some degree, she seems to have the athleticism that would make you think she can pull it off. But I just don't think she has the temperament. Really, she just doesn't have the vibe. She doesn't have the energy to really shine in these kinds of roles.
Uchenna, remember what I told you about when people get married? Vanessa actually touched on this. Yeah, when she got married, she stopped doing romance roles with other people, and therefore, a lot in Nollywood, when you're not doing romance roles, there's not too many other things left. I know she's done like a role as a teacher or something in another really awful film. The ants film.
That
Yeah,
time travel movie, that
yeah,
Japan.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I mean, Mercy Johnson stopped being sexy when she got married too. Instead, she started acting, doing comedy and doing things where
Yeah,
she dressed up like a
yeah, this is
tomboy.
her
So
version
I
of
mean,
that. This is her version of that because she can't do that. That's too demeaning for her, and whatnot, or something, or something. What did
Sorry,
you know?
before you continue, because you use that word demeaning, I find it interesting. I do get your point, but I also wanted to point out that this thing about doing picking comedic roles, and even I find it interesting because it's also is one of those things where you measure an an actor's ability. Because I often think that not everybody can pull off comedy, and when I even list, I try as much as possible to look at this actor. Can they do almost all genres, especially comedy? Because comedy is the hardest. You need to have comedic timing. Because at least our form of comedy, at least for films, where you don't get to add all these random skit sounds to make you funnier in quotes, and we don't do situational comedies like that where you have people laughing tracks. So you need to be able to pull off comedy physically, which is pretty hard, which is one of those hard things to do. And I know I get that doing comedy can be is demeaning in quotes. She did Sugar Rush, and I remember then that the funny people in Sugar Rush was more like the people who have always been comedic, or who know a bit of comedic timing. That's Bimbo and Bisola, which also brings me, sorry that but I just remember that Genevieve does comedy. Omotola, in fact, Omotola introduced us to that era of village girl pretending to be somebody else in the city. And she also had like really comedy roles. And well, Omotola, because she was married, of course, had been married since she was a child, pretty much. I find it interesting that that could be. I'm not saying that that's what she thought. The whole demeaning thing. Maybe that's not her point. Maybe we just stretching it. But I find it interesting that you know some of these actresses are not trying their like saying, "Let me stretch myself. Am I really good? Can I take on physical comedy and make people laugh?" Do you get? But
Can
that's
I
it.
buttress your point?
Please
And
do.
I want to expand it to a wider range of the Nollywood sphere. I think this fundamentally, it's not about demeaning, it's about a letting go of said airs and who you think you are outside of film, and your what's the word I'm looking for, the way you see yourself. I think that is fundamentally what is wrong with a lot of Nollywood actors. They see letting go to the point where it's no longer you, as a as a bit demeaning to themselves. They are not willing to, the unwillingness to demean oneself is just what I'm saying is what is fundamentally wrong with our actors. Because if they were willing to let go of how they think they should be perceived, the acting would be tons better. Everyone is so conscious of who they are. It is reflected in the acting. You can genuinely see the machines, the wheels turn in their head as they think about how they are standing, how their mouth is moving when they are delivering lines. And it is that unwillingness to demean oneself, in quotes, demean, to let go of your perception of yourself and how you are viewed. that is fundamentally wrong with our acting. Hey, next we have film heady. Oh, look at you guys giving me. Sometimes I can be intelligent, guys. Sometimes I do say things that are smart. Film heady. Who are some of the worst female Nollywood stars?
Some of the worst for stars, like stars. I mean, we know there are a lot of bad ones, but
Front
stars.
facing in mainstream Nollywood.
Yeah. So Chika Ike. I don't know. There's just something about her acting, right? Even from the not just now. Small chops is even recent. From a very long time. There's just something. I don't know. It's almost like Chika Ike is Chika Ike in everything. Like it's the same person. Regardless of the role, it's the same person. Another person too is Iniedo. There's I don't know. Iniedo's acting is not believable to me. From the licking of lips to it's just so everything is just I don't know. I can still see that it's Iniedo. And then sometimes I know this will be controversial, but the last one, yes, there's sometimes that it look for Omotola Jalade Kende. I mean, there are some roles that it looks like from the one she was a lawyer. There are just certain roles it looks like it's the same person regardless of the line, regardless of what you are saying. It's Omotola to here. From the last one she did where she was a doctor, the lockdown, to where she was a Dr. Ada with Moses Iwang. To it looks like it's the same person I'm seeing. It's the same Omotola. She's not fully seated in the role. I don't know. That's it.
Yeah, I do agree. Chika Ike is not very good. About Omotola, I think there is a. I don't know. I don't know. I
I
think
agree with
she was
Omotola, but all of them have had
a
that. I
decline.
mean, no,
Yeah,
apart from a decline, they took on too many films at some point that they were acting pretty much bad films, including Genevieve. If you look at all our late 2000 films,
No, no.
no,
Call
no,
it.
no.
Call them. Call. Let me
Yes,
defend.
now I'm
Call.
no
calling,
defense,
including
but
our
it's
late
true.
2000. No, it's not
Emo.
defense. No, 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 no. Film head, because if you watch, if you're, I'm not. This is just an assumption. I'm because I'm going to say view. I'm presuming that you do. If you watch all those films from the late 2000s, where they were pretty much acting same films, where we're having this what we are dealing with currently with YouTube, where you have 100 films in a month, they were basically doing that, and they were expanding themselves because they were stars already in quotes, and they were the ones that were selling films. If people don't see Genevieve or Motala in front of the pali, they will not buy. And so they were making so much films, they were pretty much just boxed. After a while, they both started acting the same person. In fact, you might say that is director, but Omotola pretty much was the same person that she was in that film that we all didn't like. Yeah, Half of a Yellow Sun, to our character even in farming. She was
It was not half of a yellow sun.
my brother. She was the same person. Like, she was pretty much acting same character. You could transpose her. She had the same stealth, stoic character reproduced in every scene, because that was the kind of roles she was taking on later. You can do this for basically everything, which we already spoke about. That we knew when they were learning, we knew where they had the rise, and we knew where they had basically acting the same person across field. So I think it works for all of them. But the difference is that I would say that we wouldn't say it was inconsistent. We'll just say that it's a life cycle of their entire acting career. And as you can see, that's why they are not acting again.
thank you very much, Elizabeth, and I do agree with you on that. Next we have Torera. Thank you very much.
Hi, good evening. Okay, not to sound like a broken record, but Olana has mentioned Osas Igodaro, and I say it again. Especially when I remember she won an AMVCA for Man of God. I I I
You
am
people should please.
I
She didn't
know.
give herself
Yes,
AMVC,
I know. In fact, the fact that she was even nominated in the first place was already a claim.
but she didn't nominate herself.
Okay, now I'll move to Adesua Welling Etumi. And I'll say that she tries too hard. I think that's what you're looking for. She tries too hard to fit into that action role. that she doesn't end up fitting. She, she tries to say, "Oh, this is me. I'm taking an action role," and that's where it ends. She's unable to translate those roles into where they exist. Like you said earlier, Vanessa, Gangs of Lagos. I was just using my one bad eye to look at her throughout that movie. Because like, what is this babe doing? What is this babe doing? You see that. And I think our mentee also took that same role, Jemima or Sunday. I don't know what Jemima is doing. I don't know what what she thinks she's doing as an actress, but she needs to go back to the drawing board. Another person whose acting fluctuates is Beverly Naya. She's a good actress. She's well once we don't see her. Once in a while, she just doesn't get into that role. She doesn't immerse herself, and it looks off, and it just becomes a battle of just accents and vibes. So Beverly is a fluctuating actress. She fluctuates, and the acting could be quite a chore to watch. So I've mentioned Osas, I've mentioned Adesua, I've mentioned Jemima, I've mentioned Beverly Naya, and I think I'll agree with Elizabeth from the beginning on Regina Askia. So that makes it 5 now. Regina Askia, a pretty face, a cat eyes, but the bottom of the RMD. The RMD was thrown in a bottle. I think Suicide Mission or something like that. That movie,
Yes, what's bad mission?
Suicide Mission. I don't know what my sister in the Lord was doing in that movie, but it was not acting. She
Wow.
what?
I agree. Thank you also very much. Poor Regina Askia after retirement, still collecting dragons on the interwebs. Wow, guys. We have, I don't know if MSZ is still here. Yes, MSZ is here. MSZ, please, can you please tell us who your worst female Nollywood stars are?
Well, thank you. Let me start by saying I don't know if as an artist, like in the musical space, you sort of is like a prerequisite to immediately become an actress. I just want to say that people who do music, the female stars, no one should come for me. I don't care. They should not act. You know, starting from Tiwa Savage, we don't want you all there. They're terrible. That's all. I don't even care. See that girl? What's her name? I love Arya Star. And Aria is my girl. But now that they picked her for this film called Children of Bones and Blood, I just want to say that that thing will be, I mean, it's going to be huge. It's going to be disappointing. Just people who do music should not act. I don't know, something about they cannot afford to get messy. And we understand that. That is why it is difficult to have them. So that's all I'm just putting out there. They are all terrible actress. Period. And then there's this girl, what's her name? Okay, before I call her name, you know the entire stars in Christmas. Is it Lagos in Christmas in Lagos? The entire female stars, the entire lead female stars. I don't know their name. I've forgotten their name. Those two were just terrible. I don't know. That's how bad they were.
This
I
is
don't care.
me
Let's be honest.
crying. This is me crying.
Yeah, I just don't care. They were really bad. They made the mother of the film. I could not even stand them. They were terrible. And is it Bimbo Ade? I've forgotten her name. I think it's Bimbo. I think Bimbom Ademoye. It should be Bimbom. Yeah, that girl, she's terrible. She's like really bad. And another thing, before I leave, public announcement, these men should leave these women alone. They should not marry our actress. There's few good actresses we have because immediately they just wear that thing called wedding ring. Something about, I feel like I could see the men in their arts. I'm sorry. They are afraid to get messy. We know Mercy Johnson. Mercy Johnson is one of those actresses that she would use her body, she would rub them, just give us the messiness. But God forbid, the moment she got married, all hell let loose. Now, what? You're now some pretentious lesbian wearing. I'm sorry, she's just acting. I don't know. She's just caricature all in all. We've lost Mercy Johnson because of some man. That's it. That the moment, and when you hear, oh, this person just got married, period. Everything is gone. We no longer have authenticity. We no longer have, yeah, that's just what I want to say. Female, I know we're being too hard on the female actresses, right? But that's the reality. These women, their men are just, we can see them in their arts. I'm
Yes,
sorry.
yes,
They
we
are afraid
can.
to get messy. They are afraid to do this. They are afraid to just be. And that's the important thing. I think somebody said something about losing when you're watching a film, right? A film and actress. I'm going to round up. When you're watching a film, it's something about seeing that this is Mercy Johnson playing this role. That's a red flag. We don't want to see Mercy Johnson. We want to see whoever that's out there that you're portraying, not yourself. Also, that's my point. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Emezi. I just want to say, while I appreciate some of the people on your list, I would like to say that Tenny Aladase, I don't think I can count her as a star.
Aladeshe, please.
Aladeshe, sorry,
Mhm.
Emo Binu, Aladeshe ni Emo Binu. Tenny Aladeshe, I don't think she's a star yet. She do upcoming. She do
Yes,
upcoming.
not too much of my girl. She's
Not
upcoming.
too
Thank
much of my
you.
girl. She's still rising. She's still rising. You know, she's still working out the kinks. She's still working out the kinks. I don't think she's a star yet. So no, we can't be too rough and tumble on her. While I agree that Tiwa Savage's foray into Nollywood was a dastardly act, I don't know. I don't know if I can quantify her as a Nollywood star. Also, not too much on Ira. We don't know what's happening on that set. I just want to say, oh, I'm not particularly hopeful for anything happening on that set. Point blank, period. Regardless of the people that are there, I don't think it's gonna turn out very good. But not too much on my baby Ira. You know, perhaps you don't know. 1 2 1 2 might come together, and she might be quite all right. Um, yeah. Finally, I think we have Mickey, not Mouse. Please, can you tell us who some of your worst female Nollywood stars are? Because I want to go off
I
soon.
want to say something. First of all, someone said Beverly Naya is chiffon trait. Sorry, she's bad. She's
But
not
she's
from
not a
trait.
star. You people should wait. She's even a star. Sorry, no, because I do love Beverly Laya and I also
Thank
think
you,
she's quite
Vanessa. Thank you.
inconsistent.
Thank you.
But Beverly Laya don't a star. Please, that's why I gave you people definition at the beginning of this thing. Beverly
Okay,
Laya not a
okay,
star.
okay. I want to say something. I love this babe. She's not, but it's frustrating. I don't know, maybe because she has embodied that role for a very long time. Funke Akindele.
Hey, sorry, you want them to drag us by our
No,
I'm
heels.
sorry. I
let
love
him, let him,
Funke.
let him speak.
I love Funke Akindele. I'm a stan. I love Funke Akindele. I don't know, maybe because she has embodied this role, Jennifer, for a very long time,
Okay,
and
yeah.
it's part of her. Ciao. What she did in she must be obeyed, or what's it called? Oh,
That is our worst work yet ever.
I would assuming I have a gun, I would have gone her down. Ooh, I was
That film
I was
should never have been made.
I was cringing. I was like, no, Funke, no, Funke, no. Did you watch this thing before the thing came out? You should have said something. After Funke, you guys have been saying Adeswa. I just want to say something. Adeswa is on my list because, like someone said, she tries to act. She's giving me the acting skills of, you guys, please don't call for me. Asking skills of Beyonce.
Actually, no, I will come for
No,
you.
you do not want to do
Actually,
that.
no,
Nikki, you do
no,
not
so
want to do
no,
that. This is
no,
very
Beyonce
no,
not
cannot
no.
fair.
act. Please let him continue.
This
Elizabeth,
is
let's
not
not do
a
this.
safe
Moving on.
space.
Let's
This
not
is not
even
a
do
safe
this.
space.
Let
Please.
me
Thank you.
speak.
What do you mean Beyonce cannot act?
Nikki,
Yes,
Mickey,
we
Mickey,
know
Biko.
continue.
Oh
this.
Mickey,
my
continue.
God.
Don't let them stop
Elizabeth,
you.
please, just
MSZ, wait. I will let Mickey, in the words of Kanye West, unfortunately, I hate that I have to quote him. I'm gonna let you finish. I'm gonna let you finish. But
Mickey,
you
speak
see
your truth.
Beyonce.
Speak
Okay.
your truth, Mickey.
I was speaking because, oh my god, anytime I see her this on my, like you said, Gang of Lagos, oh my god, I was dying. Like when she came out, oh, she was running after Chike when they killed Chike. She was running after, oh my god, where's Chike? I was like, sell it, try and sell it. Like pretend to try and sell it. She was not. I was rolling my eyes. That being said, another person, Toyin Abraham. Oof. I don't know. I don't know what she's doing. I don't know what she's trying to sell. I don't know if she's. I don't know what she's doing. The only thing and even when her best act so far was when she did that elevator baby. And when they say that, for me, it's not still her best act because it's terrible like the others. But they said it's her best act. Kudos for saying that. But those are my three. Beverly Naya. Okay, say Beverly Naya is not a star. Okay. Funka Kindele, recent time. Even the one she did recently is fair. She's an hardworking babe, but fair, fair. She's just hardworking. I don't see the acting so far.
Oh,
Funka, wait.
no, nothing. I'm just breathing. Nee.
I love Funke. I stand out, but that's why I keep going back to watching her old movies because I want to see her back. I went back to look for Mami, Ayolomokon. I went back to just watch those things so I can this is the Funke I know.
Hmm. Thank you
That's
very
it.
much, Mickey, not Mouse. Guys, if any Jennifer stands perhaps are listening to this space, I didn't dare. Oh. I just want to say I didn't dare.
Oh, the
I'm
person who
willing.
was
Disclaimer.
Yeah, no, Minke, I'm ready. See, this is the thing. Oh, it's Mickey that said that I did. No, let me land. Oh, I did. Miss Mickey, Shagba Mickey, no, I did. Been have a gun. We're
Oh
gonna
my
down.
god.
It's not me that said it
I
though.
agree. Our last outing particularly did not showcase
Oh,
talent.
I think you people can hear. Torera is part of them, oh, because because the
Funny
truth is,
enough, I had that on my list for overrated release.
just to if I Pamilori space.
But Damike has said it in bad. I think honestly, if the argument that I gave for Nsepetim, the argument I gave for Nse will probably also still work
Ha!
for Funke. No, seriously, because you've seen
No,
her
I
act,
understand.
where she's good, and then you've just seen every other one be like, thanks for coming.
Oh, but and I genuinely thought that we'll be able to escape violence this night. Shuba, you people said no. We will
No,
incite
I'm
violence
serious.
upon the
Let me
interwebs tonight.
let me add to what Elizabeth just said. Acting in
Ha!
a trip to Jamaica, that AY's movie, it haunts me to date. I
Oh,
cannot forgive them. I cannot
Real.
forget them. It haunts me to
Real.
date. So please, we can talk about it truly. That acting haunts me till date.
I'm not holding you people from saying your truth. Oh, my own
I
is me.
act
I'm
like
just throwing all of you under the bus. I
Since
want to be very clear.
doing it,
I'm so I act like that movie
definitely
doesn't
throwing
exist.
throwing
It's
her
very
under the
I watched
bus.
it once.
I want to add. I also watched Everybody Loves Jennifer in the cinema.
Oh
One,
God.
one of my worst experiences in the cinema,
Oh,
to be honest. And Funke Akindele is like 95% responsible for it because not
oh,
only did she direct the film, it was mainly her performance that was grating and annoying. But
oh.
put her in the list because I think there's a couple of other things she's done. It's almost like for me, like almost like In said that I know she can do better. So I've not included her in this thing. But I would say definitely because of all the record breaking, I think she definitely, in terms of overrated, she overqualified.
Oh God. Well, there we have it. You know, somehow, we got to a point where we attacked somebody. Well, not attacked. We spoke on somebody. Not we. I should not even be saying we because me were involved. I'm not among. You all spoke of someone with basically the largest fan base in Nigeria. No problem. Um, and it's not like I'm agreeing or disagreeing. Again, guys, I'm trying to save my behind here. I'm sure Kukuma not involved.
Mr. C
Yeah, I
would not.
think.
Mr. C would not do people like this. Mr. C would.
Am I Mr. C? Am I Mr. C? Do you see Iroko critic on my profile picture? Am I a founder in chief of Nollywood Film Club? That's not me. That's not me. That's not me, guys. Anyways, I agree. But now this is my time to shine. My time to shine, guys. Even though all of you have said their name before me, I'm going to say it again. The worst of the worst, Nancy Sime. Nancy is Sime. And I want
You are
to
such
put
a
it.
hater.
No,
Consistent hater.
let me put it into perspective, guys.
Real.
Let me put it into perspective here. You know how we're talking about people giving up on their careers and changing and pivoting after they marry. Let me tell you, people, Nancy never even married. Nancy never even married. Nancy came online to come and be apologizing for Shantytown. I don't know what she did in Shantytown, what happened in Shantytown that was worthy of an apology. Nancy never married. Yet, look at what we're seeing on the stage. My Benue sister, guys, I know I've said her name many times, and this genuinely love her. That is my sister by soil. Sharon Oja. Ha! You are beautiful, oh. Ọmọ tó rẹwà, ọmọ tó fine, ọmọ tó dùn, ọmọ tó set. Ha! I blame every single one of you who made Oloture a success. That's all I'm gonna say. And finally, Adesuwaitomi. Adesuwaitomi and all the, you know, where it started. I know I've spoken on it before, but it was immediately after the marriage. You know what happened? Muna. I don't know if any of you have watched Muna. I was there. I read the scrolls. I saw when Adesuwaitomi went to the abroad and was training with a stunt fight coordinator for Muna. I was there. I witnessed this happen, guys. Oh, when then Muna came out, guys, I was in a state. I was in a state. I was in a state of disarray. I'd never have I seen anything so bad. Muna was atrocious. And ever since, do you know what? You people are talking about AMVCA. Let me tell you where I was so offended. I don't know if you people remember. There was a Vogue. Was it Vogue? I think it was Vogue. Shy Top, one of the premier female fashion magazines, did an article of rising global superstars outside, you know. Mind you, this article had Scarlett Johansson, guys. This article had Deepika Padukone from Bollywood. This article had people that do sabi the work. Guess who Nigeria's representative was in that article? Adesuwaitomi. Adesuwaitomi sat on YouTube amongst the like of Scarlett Johansson and Deepika Padukone. That was our offering. You people are talking AMVCA that my dear sister did not even give up. You know, my dear sister didn't really do much. We went on the global stage, and it was Adesuwaitomi that was our offering for global superstar. Guys, yeah, no, that was it for me. That was it for me. I knew that as an industry, we're never going to make it. Now we're going to move swiftly along. We've been at this for close to 2 hours. We're going to move on to, and you know, a part I find quite interesting and insightful. I know some people have mentioned some people who I think should be in this category. Overrated. Who do you think some of the overrated? Oh God, you people are actually going to incite violence in this category. Mr. C, what do you have to say for yourself? Why are you raising your hand?
Okay, all right. So remember, this is overrated.
You are not number one on the list, so calm down.
You called me.
I have no, but you
Okay.
were raising your hand. I thought you wanted to say
Okay,
something
no,
else
I
that
don't
had
have
nothing to
anything.
do with
Okay.
overrated.
No,
Okay, thank you very much. You are number 2 on the list, so very soon you will go. Number 1, we have Elizabeth. Please tell us you're overrated.
Can't remember now because me, I did not have a list. I didn't even know what we're talking about, so I didn't come prepared. But I'm freestyling. Anyways, I'll start with Funke, and again, it's because we're talking about acting chops here and going by acting chops. Overrated is basically valued too highly, basically. So it's not. I mean, she's hard, like Mickey mentioned, she's hardworking, but not to patronize her. There's no need for it. She's all of that and more. But when it comes to acting wise, definitely that's not the reason why she's front center stage. It's not the reason why she's a star. So overrated, yes. Another person that I would say overrated, and I'm going to struggle with this category because what would rated now, as a star, like why are we rating them? I be overrated for me. I'd put Adesua. I didn't even post like an acting chops thing there, but I thought she was overrated because I don't even think she's had enough films. I don't think she has enough filmography to even be center stage. But she came at the time where, she's a very fine girl, so I understand that. And she's front facing, and she had this mystery thingy going on, and then she got married to Mr. Banky. So yeah, overrated because I mean, babes, why are you even there? Another person, and it really hurts me because I think she has all the qualities. And you've also noticed I don't have a lot of lists from the 2020s, even the 2010s. Like I really don't have a lot of them on my list because I really didn't don't know what's going on. And if people will not agree, and it's okay.
Just
Bimbo
try your Sansi.
is Bimbo. Bimbo
Ademoye,
Ademoye, I love her so
I
much.
agree with you. Don't
Um,
worry,
I,
I'm there with
I love
you.
her so much, and she's one of those people who again, there's no need to start off with that. But if you saw her in This Is It, right? I think that's the series name where she started off. You could see that there was the raw thing there, and then you see her in all those Biodun Steven films on Europe, and you're like, this is a star. She has all the star qualities. People can't act any longer, but this girl here, she's a star. And then comes the infinite Nollywood curse where you're stunted and you're just there and you plateau, which I think is going on right now. I don't go out of my way to watch anything Bimbo is in. I'm serious. Like when I see a face, I'm mentally I'm not ready. Like I can't remember the last movie I saw that Bimbo was in there. I think it was not my choice. It was Nollywood Film Club and it was Suki. And even that film gone, I can't so memorable. And I think that was another was watching in Suki that I felt sad because I thought that this is a trajectory that she has worked for where she is. She has worked so hard for it. She should be where she is. But sorry. The other person that I think is overrated is Nancy. I mean, everybody has talked about she's bad, but whatever. I really do not care for Nancy's acting too. I mean, has the same acting chops as my center table, but when we're talking about rating is another question. Why are you even there? Like I said previously, like I will never question you're a star. You can cheat us, you can MML us, you can pyramid scheme your way in there. We deserve it. You deserve it. You deserve to be there. But what I'm doing is asking the audiences and the producers come forward. Why her? Because there's a period between 20 from the 2020s to now. Nancy was in like almost all your films going to the cinema, romance, whatever. It was Nancy, it was Nancy, it was Nancy. And the question is, okay, thank you, but why? It's not about the finest. Is it she the tallest? Is it the height? I don't know. Was it because she has her own show on African Magic? Like, why? So I just feel like, what, the producers are the ones that can tell us this. So it's not the actors, not anything. So what gone. And the last person on my lists, you're gonna like this, is Kate Enshaw Natal. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. And what's so funny is that she also did not get the same. She didn't get the same stardom ish as a pair. I don't know if I'm remembering correctly, guys. Maybe it don't say and my brain is frazzled because she's contemporaries with Stella Damasus, and Stella even went and married, had that Oskanda ran away for a long time, and Stella is still Stella, right? If you say Stella Damasus, you sit up in your seat. But Kate Henshaw, and she's a pretty girl. I don't know. It's in the face. She would have reminded me of oh God, which I hate to say. It would have been something like who I would think Jemima would be if she's grown, if Jemima probably doesn't get another director. Also, the reason why I don't like talking on Jemima's talent is that I think it is there. I think she just really has not had any good director. I'm just going to tell you guys that we've seen bad. We've seen bad. We've seen One Tone. We've seen One Note. We've seen Steve. Jemima's acts like she's acting. And I don't think that's the thing that is bad there. I just think Jemima has not had that. I don't think she has had director sit her down, which I think will happen, which I think is similar to what Kate Henshaw has always acted. She has this voice thing, she has this quiver that she does with her voice back then. It just, I don't, she just, you're like, yeah,
Is she overrated though?
yeah, because she's rated. Look, I don't think she's rated the way she should be rated in the sense that I don't think she should even be there. That's what I'm
Oh,
trying to
did we lose
say.
Elizabeth?
Is that what? You didn't lose me. I
We
hope
didn't
not.
hear that last part.
Yeah, I'm saying that the point is she shouldn't even be there. That's how I feel about Kate
I
Henshaw.
agree with you. Don't
Like,
worry. I did your back.
no, that's my list for now.
I did your back wholeheartedly, especially about Kitensha. Mr. C, now you can go.
May I say something real quick?
Oh, okay.
Hello?
Yeah, go on.
Uche can't
Hello?
hear anybody.
Hello?
Uche, can you
Oh,
hear
Uche, can't hear
Vanessa?
anybody.
Hello?
Hello, Uche, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
I was
yes.
just gonna say, as far as Nancy's concerned, when you ask the question why, I'm gonna answer the question. The question is, I mean, the answer is that Nancy Isime is a star. She has star quality. She has presence. Where she is on the scene, her smile lights up the screen. I'm not saying anything about her talents as an actor, but in terms of just being a presence, she really does have that star quality. I didn't see it at first, but then I saw it and I got it. You know, it's just her whole. Some people just have that thing, and I think she just she has that star quality, even though I don't really care about her as an actor.
Hmm, thank
Are
you.
you sure? Are you sure? I was about to say the same thing. Are you
You
sure?
people should please. Okay, Mr. C. Even me, I'm not sure, but that's okay. Mr. C, please, who are your overrated?
All right, my overrated. I was going to mention Iniedo, but somebody mentioned her in the bad, and I think she fits better there because I think people have caught up with her, and I don't think she's rated. I think people are rating her more or less appropriately, correctly now. So somebody mentioned Bieber, and
But I think she can be in both categories actually.
no, I think she
No,
deserves
not
to be in bad.
anymore.
To be
Not
honest,
anymore. Not
I think
anymore.
she deserves in bad. To be honest, so for me, Bimba Deme has been mentioned. Yeah, for me, I don't know. I don't know how to this. Again, I'm mentioning her because I don't think she here in this list because I don't think she's bad. But I think there's something about her acting that feels shallow. To me, it feels like more like showing off. It feels like just one of your friends. I don't know if you like have a friend who is really charismatic that always messes around, and sometimes he or she does voices, and that's just what it just feels like. Every time Bimbo is on stage, she's just doing one of those things. For me, it never feels like a character, but like sometimes she gets spoken of as if she's one of the best actresses of all time. And I get it. She has her fans and all of that, but it's fine for anybody on this list, including the bad list, to have whoever the fans. But yeah, my opinion is just like there's something about her performances that feel very shallow and doesn't seem to get a depth. I've seen glimpses of good stuff from her, and that's why again she's on my overrated list. I'm going to put Genevieve on here as well.
Not you stealing my people, man.
Genevieve,
Same.
Genevieve, I don't know what you people are seeing. To be honest, this is somebody who I wouldn't put her complete. I wouldn't have put her in. She might have even fit in a bad on a different day for me. She might have fit in the bad section. But I really liked her in A Tribe Called Judah. I was like, oh, okay, maybe this is the thing people have been saying. Maybe I'm going to be seeing more of this. And I haven't quite seen that. A lot of people loved her in Blood Sisters. I don't know what you guys were. I don't know what you guys were watching. I have no idea what you guys were watching. She was supposed to play this spoiled druggy, but I found it so grating and so on the nose and so, again, very shallow. And sometimes I was watching this, what's the name of this Netflix film that just dropped? And this presenter guy, I don't know, I don't know this guy's. This is going to be
Do you
difficult.
mean Uti Nwachuku?
No, not Uti.
Or IK.
IK.
Ike Osako. Oh, what a beautiful man.
Yes, he's acting in this, and I remember I was watching him, and I was like, oh, so IK is doing what I describe sometimes a lot of actors and actresses do, is that I feel like sometimes if you pluck just somebody off the street and you tell them to act, it's like these are the expressions I expect to see, but Ike is not an actor, so he fits exactly what I would have imagined. But Genevieve is in IK's. She's in IK's lane for me. She's in the same band as Quality for me. They're doing the same thing, and for people to like put her in this, oh my god, I don't know what people are seeing there. The other person, so Funke hasn't spoken of. Omami Dada is somebody I'm going to be. So to be honest, not a lot of people. I don't hear a lot of people praise Omami Dada's sort of acting, but I do see her in a lot of things, and I'm still wondering: am I missing something? Am I missing something? Why is she in so much? Because I don't know what she's offering to you guys that that we need to be putting her in everything. Maybe she's just very fun to work with. It must be that, but that for me doesn't. What she does on screen rarely works for me. The one time I think I have liked her is Ayinla. I think that's the one time I think her character has really worked for me. But outside of that, I don't recall many of the things she's done really working. And the last person on the list is, this one is this one's a personal beef. A lot of people would disagree with me. Actually, disagree with me, and that's fine. But it's my opinion, and I think it's Genevieve Naji, and I think I'm.
Yeah, no. So what we're not gonna do, and again, I have the power. I'm the captain now. I'm gonna mute your mic. Mr. C. Mr. C. Mr. C. There is no a safe space. One. Number two. Why are you doing this to me? Do you want to wreak havoc? Do you want to cause violence? Ha! You're bold, though. You're quite bold. Wow. Please fix up as I unmute. Thank you.
Okay, first off, it shouldn't be that difficult for Genevieve to be overrated, because if you guys understand how rated she is, it shouldn't even surprise anyone that she enters this category. She's rated so highly so high. I don't think it's possible for anyone to be rated as highly as Genevieve, right? So that's our starting point. I'm not saying she's a terrible actress. I'm not saying she's a terrible actress. I'm not saying she's particularly bad. But the way some of you guys, and I see it in the emojis thing throughout, same for her. I remember that Lionheart performance. You guys can never, ever, 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 ever
Thank you,
gaslight
Yuroko.
My God,
thinking
take
that
Mike away from this
that
man,
Lionheart.
please. Oh my
You guys
God.
cannot gaslight me into thinking that Lionheart performance wasn't a poor performance. It was good. It was not a good performance. It was not a good performance. I don't care what anybody says. I know she's done good stuff, but like the lack of Nigerians to go, oh no, maybe that wasn't her best work. There's something that they put in people's food that it just stops you from going,
I'm
okay,
sorry,
maybe
but
this is a
naming that
I,
one
okay, but
Get
this
performance
might
away
this
for
might
from
reason
this
take
why
this
she's
might
man.
take
Oh my
overrated is
everybody
not a
god.
can
waste
talk,
of
Oh
your
my
you guys
argument,
can
god.
talk on
bro.
your own.
That
You guys can
one
talk.
performance. Are you serious?
Oh,
I can
Guys,
name like
guys, hold on,
every
hold on,
Please take
hold
this
singular.
on,
mic
hold
away
on.
from this
Edro no.
man.
just look at how much
Edro no.
just look at how much crying there.
Guys, wait. Let's not all jump Mr. C at once. Let's not all jump Mr. C at once. Please. Let's observe some level of decorum, please. And specifically, there's somebody here, probably Jenny's biggest fan, who is here and willing to fight for all of you. It goes by the name of Agaba. Now, Mr. C finish, and then somebody will jack your throat.
Yeah. So again, this proves my point. You can't even say one critical thing about this woman for whatever reason, and that is why I think she's overrated. I don't think she's bad, but I don't think she deserves the god level status people have given her. She's clearly a very talented person. She's clearly done a lot of good work in Nollywood, but a couple of performances she has done. It's not just Lionheart. Lionheart was the one where people were gaslighting. People were like, "Oh, such a great subtle performance." There's nothing there. It's not subtle. She looks bored half of the time. She looks unengaged with her character. It's not the same thing as subtle. So I'm sorry that performance was not good. And again, the level of hysteria this is going to cause is my reason why she's on my list as overrated.
So you pay. So wait before I don't drop. So I'm actually,
Yeah,
guys, I'm
I'm
not
here.
gonna let you guys engage. Please use your emojis. But I just want you people to realize that Mr. C is a troll.
I'm not trolling. I'm being
Mr.
100% serious.
Is Mr. C is evil and wicked and wants to cause and wants to cause fight. You did not hear him say the mass hysteria that this is causing is proof of my point. This man is a troll. I just want people to know that. Carry on with your thumbs in down. He deserves it all, you know. And but at the end of the day, everyone is entitled to their opinion. And I mean, if we can make the argument that speaking on Funke Akindele will result in violence, then I guess we can make the argument that speaking on Genevieve will cause and that might be a semi-valid enough reason to put her in the category of rated too. Because remember our definition at the beginning of overrated, valued too highly. Nobody is saying they should not be
Vanessa,
valued.
stay one place. Stay
Let
one
me,
place.
I can't stay in one place. I'm the host. I have to
I'm
stay in two
sorry, but to be
places.
overrated means that you haven't done anything
No,
deserving of
now,
your
no,
rating to
now,
begin
no,
with.
now, no, now. Guys, that's why I read definition at the beginning because I knew this thing would cause a problem. Definition of Merriam Webster, she do say rated or valued too highly. They didn't say that what the
It's
person
not
don't
too
do is
highly. She's at
good.
the right place.
Oh God
It's
damn
not
it.
too highly.
She's
And there was
not.
We
there has
can
been
agree to
She's not even rated
disagree,
enough.
Olana,
She's not
guys.
even
Olana,
not even
please.
rated enough.
Oh God,
She's
You
not
guys,
guys.
let's just leave
aggressive.
the
she didn't even make an
dictionary.
argument to
Overrated.
justify the overrating. There was no argument to justify the
Olana, the
overrating.
Oh,
dictionary
Chim.
said over highly,
Too
highly.
highly. His dictionary were going by Uema Binu. That's why. See, maybe I said it.
Highly rated. It's not the same thing as overrated now.
Shebi I said it. Shebi I said this in at the beginning. I knew that this thing would cause fight, and that's
Maybe
why I said let me
Vanessa,
Anyway,
open
please.
dictionary.
I've not even
use
said my own self,
dictionary
so no problem.
because
That's why I said I should open dictionary today, and I should go and read definition at the beginning of
You
this place
guys
because
know
I knew
how
you
it
people would
Vanessa,
say something.
from
Ma,
Mr. C's definition of why it is Genevieve is overrated, I tend to agree because he said there's nobody
oh,
as highly rated as she is, which is
uh-huh.
a fact. And
Thank you.
if we look at it in the light of all her performances, we to rate each of her performances from the first movie she appeared in Most Wanted up on the last one that we saw her in Lionheart, we will see quite a number of bad performances.
At all. Now only you to see that one. Wallahi talai, now only you see that one.
Olana,
But
Olana,
okay,
Wallahi
Who tell
talai, now only you
anybody?
see that
Olana,
one.
she has a
Please,
lot.
please, we have actually
I am
deviated from a lot of
actually
cite
definitions
examples,
here.
please.
no,
Just
no,
cite
Oh,
Please, can
examples.
I
guys, we're
just
not
get to
going to
my own
turn this into
overrated?
a is Genevieve
by
space,
this
Please,
please.
thing.
can I just get to my own overrated? Because I
Then,
haven't spoken yet,
sorry,
and
Let
I
me
just
one
want to say
minute.
say,
Mr. C.
I'm raising
I
up
want
my
to join your
hand.
no,
There's a
sorry,
list,
I want
guys.
to join
There's a
your opinion.
queue.
I'm
Emma
I know
Binu.
I'm
There's
sorry,
raising
a
but
my
queue. You know
I
one.
want
I
to
me talk.
support
Now me
Mr.
supposed to
C
talk. Let me get
because people
mic,
are dragging
bro.
Mr. C.
Don't
But
worry,
Mr.
Torera.
C,
They can't drag Mr. C. Mr.
because
C
his
is too heavy
definition,
for them to
the way of
drag.
Nobody have
overrated.
ever died of dragging.
Exactly.
No,
Nobody
but you
have
people
ever
are
Nobody
died of
doing
died.
that.
dragging.
That's
Oh,
the
but
thing.
hold on.
Nothing
Olana.
substantial, but Mr. still never gave anything out about why Genevieve is overrated. There was just zero.
Guys, guys,
My
Zero
issue
from
guys.
is
them.
that there is
There
no
was
statement on
nothing.
why she's actually overrated. It's a very vague statement. So I'm not even
Oh,
going to engage
jeez.
in
Vague.
saying certain things.
Yolana.
Oh,
There
jeez.
Very,
was no
very
Guys,
vague.
justification for
can
it,
we
but
move
let's
on,
move on.
please?
I don't want to
Please.
argue it.
Yeah,
And
I don't
Olana,
understand. I
hold
did
on.
point.
Genevieve is still the best we
Hold on.
have out there. I don't know what we're talking
Guys,
about.
guys, can I say what I want to say? And I'm dead.
the
Nobody,
absolute best.
I'm going to mute everybody now because when I say what I want to say, I don't want anybody to argue with me. But based on Olana's skinny of saying nobody die of dragging, can that be also said for Mr. C speaking of Genevieve? Don't shoot the messenger here, guys. But Genevieve don't die of dragging. Nobody ever die of dragging. Nobody ever die of insult. And he didn't even insult her. He just make a statement, guys. Nobody ever die of dragging. You know? Just putting that into perspective here. I'm sorry. I just knew this was going to cause problems. I knew this overrated section was going to cause problems. And I knew Mr. C was going to be one of the people who would cause problems. And that's why he said we should do this topic the week that he's not hosting. Olana, please, it's your turn to tell us who your overrated are.
Okay, I can speak now, yeah? So, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, moving on. Um, Overrated, first on the list. Okay, it's not in order of anything, but I think I have Iniedo. It's not because of what she did in the past necessarily, but I've seen her in recent times multiple times, and it's not giving, bro. I've watched her at least 5 times on her channel on Africa Magic. She nearly stained Ramsey Noah's white on That's My Fairy Tale Kiniko Kiniko. I was so pained, but God bless Ramsey Noah once again. If you remember, I mentioned him as one of the great charity nice guys in Nollywood. So God bless Ramsey Noah. But yeah, she nearly stained his white there. She nearly even stained Kiss Daniel's white. This was saying a lot, man. Kiss Daniel carried too. Like, congrats to him on that. I saw her with Elozon. I'm also as her love interest in one of those age gap movies too. I don't know. It's like, sometimes I go back to watch people, so I'll be sure that what I saw of them when I was younger was not just using childlike eyes to watch someone. And going back, anyway, let me put in Edo. Then Toyin. Also, I have had the displeasure of watching multiple productions by her. I don't like to cite Elevator Baby because, as much as it's supposed to be one of those great things that I hear Nollywood did, I do not have a recollection of that movie, so I don't really know what happened there. So I don't know about the performance there. The rest of her performances in recent times, I saw Malaika. She made me laugh. She makes me laugh,
Olana,
in
can I
fact.
ask a question?
Yeah.
Has Toyi Abraham ever been rated?
Thank
No,
you.
Which,
some people were saying she was better
in terms
than
of box office, yes, you would say she's
No,
rated
but
They
somewhere.
guys,
She's
rated her
not.
in acting. No, they said she's a
Edrono,
good actress. So this is like, it's not me because
Edro
somebody
no,
defended her
Edro
with them.
no. Hold on a second. Okay, hold
They
on
said
a
she was great.
second. No, okay, hold on a second. Even in Yorunoli, Awatamanwo Yorunoli.
Yoru Nolly
Yes.
people said she was
Thank
great. So I
you.
don't know. Maybe
No,
she
no,
had
no, 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 no.
Tony
I must stop.
Abraham was rated.
When?
So
they
what
rated
rated the
her. I'm not saying
benye?
it is because
Show
I
what
Yes,
see
rated the
things.
benye.
yes,
Tony
Yeah,
Yeah,
has
yes.
but
a
Toyin
fan
is
sure.
more
base.
rated
Tony
than
has a fan
Tonyo.
base, though.
No, but
Ah,
I'm not denying pe only
She's
fan base.
rated.
Yeah,
Sorry,
but
Ah,
Toyin
sorry
she
is more
to
rated
sure.
than
sorry to
Tonyo.
butt in. Vanessa, for you to know how rated Toyin was before this, so when the
Ha.
unholy trinity of people that went to the cinemas, when they started going to the cinemas, and they decided that it's only comedy that Nigerians wanted to watch, and they needed to grab the Yoruba audience in Lagos to increase cinema tickets. Toyin was one of the people they were putting in their film randomly for comic relief, and she was selling films. If
Tough.
Toyin is on your poster, people will go and watch it. She's
Tough.
one of those trusted and tested. I mean, if you come out Funke and you ignore their field, but
Tough.
Ashwaju baby will sell the tickets.
Tough.
thank you.
All
Thank you,
right
because
then.
she's still selling tickets. And this one I'm just saying based on I saw a lot of people saying no, she's one of the best. They even said she was better than Funke. So I'm assuming must be because they rate her to an extent.
But I think
Make
with
it
Tony, I think the talent is there. It's just that she's not supposed to be behind the camera. She's not intelligent enough to be a director, a
hey,
producer.
Edro, no,
Hey
hold on.
But
Let
God, I
Olana
beg, that's
land.
another
Please. Let
discussion.
Ejo, let's not divert. Edro, Olana, please.
Uh-huh. And then this one is also going to cause problems like Jenny Baby Zone. But you guys don't come for my head though. But some movies, recent
I
times, in
don't need
fact,
you
from like
to, sorry, I don't want to.
2014.
See, Olana, say it with your chest. I don't want you to give
No,
any.
I need to like give
Don't,
like a
don't, no,
preamble.
don't quantify, qualify. Say it with your full chest, please.
Okay. You see Auntie Mercy. God bless her soul. But
I don't.
oh God.
which of the messes, please?
We know who. We don't. She
The
doesn't need to.
body,
We
Mercy, the
know who.
body
Stop it.
Johnson.
Stop it
God,
now. We know
I
who
have
she's talking
watched
about.
things. I have watched things, and honestly, I blame myself for having eyes and for having ears, because if I did not have these two things, I would not witness atrocities. Bro, from that KZ Keziah distributor sharer movie, I do not know what she signed with whoever, but God of mercy, the one that she was a dumb girl, I've been a stupid girl,
No,
lazy girl,
let me
I've
take you
forgotten the
back. It's not.
title.
No, it's not a dumb girl.
God, I
It
beg.
began. Let me tell you where it began. It began with Heart of a Fighter. Mind you, I'm a Heart of a Fighter stan.
The
I
one
am
with
a Heart of a Fighter stan. The one with
the one
The
Ramsey
with
one with
Nouah.
Ramsey,
Rams
yeah.
The one with Ramsey Nouah. It
Yes,
started
I
with
love
Heart
that
of a
movie, but
Fighter.
I think that's where it actually
It
started.
started, and this is, see, I'm
Ah,
a Heart of a Fighter stan. I still go and watch
even
Heart of a
me, I'm with
Fighter
you
every
there.
year. But it started from there. And then, you know where it all went to head in a handbasket? Do maybe the dirty girl.
Thank
Carry
you.
on.
That's the movie I'm trying to actually remember. Do maybe the dirty girl. That's when I was saying the dumb girl, the lazy girl, doom. Oh God, God, the person that started and wrote that script. I hope they don't have sleepless nights every single. God, what a movie! What? Hey, yeah. Nollywood has really shown us shege, but that movie is special. That movie, no, I don't know why she signed that thing, and then she continued to sign things like that, and she had this funny aboro thing going on. No, they're going to for me. No, huh? Please now, if your husband say you should stop doing romance, he cannot advise you to stop acting like it's so tacky, it's so unsightly. It's please, God, I beg, but please, that the thing just dropped her red just dropped for my eye, bro. Like it's like, what are you doing? And she keeps doing it. She doesn't want to stop. Like at some point, you should stop it, and that's probably why sometimes when people are mentioning the likes of Jenny and Omotola, and they're like, oh, classy this one, classy that one. People don't remember her name because you have gone to be doing things like maybe the dirty girl, and you keep doing these weird things, and you should be above that or bigger than that. But people
Olana,
just
she's
know.
doing it because people like Mr. C are still rating her, regardless
But
of the things
please,
that she's doing.
it just
Because
made
that
her
is what
throw.
Nigerians define as good acting.
It's so terrible. It just made me throw her in that overrated, because I cannot keep rating somebody that keeps doing that kind of thing to herself. Like, give yourself some level now. Be above certain things. There comes a time that if they bring contract, you say stone the person will bring that kind of contract to give you. Cause like anyway, that's my list. That's actually my list.
Thank you very much, Olana. Aren't you glad that I told you to say it with your full chest? Aren't you happy
Notice,
that you didn't have to
notice,
qualify?
notice nobody is losing their minds. Unlike when somebody said Genevieve.
But that's
This is
because she
different.
didn't lie.
This is,
But
no,
that's
no,
because she didn't lie.
this
That's because she didn't lie.
difference in
She
No,
didn't
my my
overrated.
lie.
tone.
Mr.
I
C did not lie
defended it. I
too.
Oh,
cited
keep quiet,
cases.
everybody.
I cited cases.
Can
You
I
know, some
speak
things
now?
are undeniable. Wait, now, Mickey, you there bottom of list, oh, Mobinu.
Ah,
Hey, you come last now. No vex. Next on the queue we have Uchenna. Thank you.
Yeah, I tend not to really like engaging in overrated um, discussions because it seems like it's more of a critique rather than a critique of the thing itself.
Let's have a disclaimer.
But that being said, the person I had in mind has already been said, so I won't go too much into it. I'll just try to drop some explanations for my feelings about it. I feel that, she is hailed not necessarily for her acting work, but
What's the name? Uche. Uche, what's the
you'll
name?
figure it out. Because, but,
Guys.
because she's sort of like Beyonce in that she has mastered some principles
Please, let's not go there. Let's not go
from
there. Please.
Machiavelli.
No, you are going to let Uchenna land,
In
please.
that
Please,
Uchenna is
let's
speaking.
in
mute
that
him, please.
the less you say, the more mystique grows around you. And because she doesn't really say much in her personal life or her public presentation of herself, and even her performances are kind of minimalist in that way, I feel it allowed the audience to project all kinds of fantasies on her. But I don't really think her acting was necessarily that groundbreaking. But she just, as a persona, she was so mysterious and enthralling to the audience that she became a legend for that reason. Um, Mostly because she just didn't say much or she didn't give much, really. I think you can figure out who I'm talking about,
Oh
right?
no, Uchenna, you did
You guys were
wonderful.
you
not
spoke
here
my
when we
mind.
were
You
when we
did
were doing
wonderful,
article
Uchenna.
You spoke
allegations.
my mind
No,
We were
because
see
that
talking
is
about
everybody,
Genevieve.
everybody, I will
allegations. Want to
mute
come
you
and
all.
say, "Oh, the mistake."
That's
I will mute you.
Genevieve.
Guys, we don't need to say any more names. He said Beyonce of the industry. Why are you people now Efe Tenumo? Why Mojukuro? Why are you Tenumo in the issue? There's nothing to Tenumo here. Because you, unlike Mr. C, who was waffling and didn't give you people a clear reason behind his decision, his choice. Uchenna has told you his own. And he said it in quite clear and concise language. And if you people are being truthful and honest with yourselves, you know he didn't lie. You know he told the truth. You know he told the truth. Guys, nobody is saying that she's not talented. Nobody is saying that she is not a star. But if we want to be honest with ourselves, in our heart of hearts, we know why. And we can say that's also part of a reason why we don't have any big stars to the level at which she is. And it's a problem apparently everywhere around the world. Is the current crop of stars are overexposed via social media. Everybody knows about who they're dating. Everybody knows who one person did one thing, what one person did the other thing. A huge part of what bolstered stars of a previous generation, of a previous decade, was the mystique and the silence around them. They moved in silence. So there was always that, ooh, what are they up to? Ooh, what are they up to? They give a little, they hold back a lot. So when they give the little, everyone's agog. That is a star, but it can also be the reasoning behind why she is overrated. We can, let's guys, let's let's be a little objective about some things here. Uchenna, thank you so much for this explanation. Much appreciated.
The explanation. I actually
Olana, you agree with the explanation?
I take it. Don't worry.
Okay,
That's
thank
fine.
you for
I
taking
I
it.
take that.
Thank you for taking it on board. You know what? That's as much as we can ask of anyone,
You guys are just
to
missing
take
the
it
CD
on board.
You guys are this guy came here and basically
Mr.
said
C, for the
her
purpose of next
acting
time.
I said her acting is nothing special, which is worse than I said.
Mr.
He said
C,
she had
Mr.
done
C,
something.
Mr. C,
I said she's done
Mr.
something
C.
nice, but because of the way he crafted it, so as soon as chop am.
Mr. C, stop
That's
it.
not
Is
what
it
you were
our
trying to
fault?
say.
Mr. C, is it our fault that you don't know how to use your words?
Mr. C haters, that's what you guys are. You guys are
Mr.
passive
C, it's
bigots.
not our fault. Mr. C, it's not our fault that you cannot craft a statement together quite like Uchenna. You can't blame us. Sorry,
But what he
apologies.
said is totally different from what you said.
Oh, as you can see now,
He
Mr.
said it
C.
Thank
was.
Can
you. Thank
continue.
you.
It was worse. He said there's nothing special about her acting. And I said,
Mr. C, stop trying to
He
add
said
firewood to
her
the
acting is not
fire.
necessarily groundbreaking.
No, he
But
explained that there was a brand around her. So, and you can see how that would actually
Guys, we're
oh,
not
help her
going
to
to go.
Uchenna,
Mr.
cement
C,
Uchenna is
her.
see
making a
as you have,
star. See,
Mr.
Uchenna
C.
used Genevieve's tactic by saying just little. That's what people fall for. I thought I
Mr.
would have
C,
known.
Mr. C, stop
Okay,
trying to
okay.
incite. Don't wake up another round of this. We had tied it up in a really pretty bow. You came and you just bastardized our this thing and just tear it open like that. We had tied it up. Everyone had made their peace and come to a place of acceptance. Only for you to come now. Want to dagbobo everything. Don't do that, please. Everybody, at least these people have agreed halfway, with some of what Uchenna said. That's as much as we can expect, please. Next, we have Film Heady. Please don't use this as pushback against Mr. C. I want you to go straight into your overrated list, please. Thank you.
okay, going straight. Messi, of course, Messi Johnson. Uh, her acting has always been too much. It has always been too much for me. But most times when you hear Nigerians, they say, "Oh yes, her acting is good. Her acting is good." So I know that for most Nigerians, that is what they define as good acting. Acting that is over the top. Another one is Funke. You know, Funke, because I mean, I would say her when you have like when we narrow it down to her craft, it's I don't know if she's rated because of her craft or it's because of the marketing or whatever it is. We know that the craft does not justify the kind of this thing that she gets. Another one is for this new generation actresses, Nancy. Nancy, I get the point that was it Uchenna was trying to say, oh, because she has star power, she has a pretty face, she kind of has this very classy demeanor, somewhat like kind of like reminds you of Genevieve somewhat. So I understand
So,
that
like
she does
Sharon.
have. Are you there? Yeah,
Yes,
she
please continue.
yeah, she kind of reminds you like so. Yeah, I mean, she has this star power, but is that enough for her to be in every new film? I mean, she's in Radio Voice. Nancy is in at least like 3 films consecutively in the cinema or concurrently rather in the cinemas every time you check. Then another one too is Sharon. Sharon, like her acting has always been bad. I remember Olotore. I remember there's a scene where she was chewing gum and talking to the man. I'm like, she was chewing like a goat, trying to portray a prostitute. I'm like, Jesus, how? How her acting has always been bad. But she seems to get the roles. I don't know if it's the beauty. But then again, this new Nollywood in fact, there's never been a time where there were ugly women in Nollywood. Our actors have always been very pretty. So I don't know why this one seems to get a lot of visibility and roles. There's Sharon, there's Funke, there's of course Messi. There was a time Messi was the moment. God, that Messi time with Tonto, like you could not say anything. Everybody Messi, Messi, Messi. But that acting was so bad. It was so theatrical. Her brand is not exportable. You can never by mistake put Messi in a Hollywood film. You want to act like that for Hollywood. There is no way. That is why they were casting her mostly in all these village films that required you to act, like absolute fury, just make a fool of yourself and do everything over the top. So those are my 4.
Una really mean business, so. Ha. Oh, next we have next we have Torera.
Hi, good evening. Hi, good evening, everybody. Okay,
Hi
Hi,
guys.
guys.
I
so I'm going to start off on a war path. And
Ha!
I'm aligning strongly with Mr. C on Genevieve Nnaji.
Oh, Chim.
I've argued it on my Twitter. If anybody can, my page is locked. I've argued it several times on my Twitter page that she's really rated simply because of the mystique around her, not because of her craft. I have argued it several times, and I can tell you that opinion was formed when I watched.
But she has not always been mysterious. Genevieve has not always been mysterious.
Hold
There
on.
was a time she was
I
always
say
on the
we were
tabloid.
fighting
Hold
article
on.
issues.
She was
Just
always
it
on
was
Hit
after that
magazine.
entire thing that she
So
even
she has
closed the
not always
shop.
been mysterious,
Like,
but her
what
career
do
has
you
always
guys
been big.
But
mean?
she
What's the reason?
disappeared.
The
But she
mystery is
disappeared,
recent.
and that helped. And
Yes,
that
it
entire
did.
era, everybody
Because
forgot. And
see
when she
finish
came
was
back,
a
she
whole thing
became a
with her,
sweetheart.
man.
Can I say
Correct.
it's only one actor we mention here. When somebody starts criticizing, everybody loses their mind. I'm just saying. I'm
That's how
just
you
gonna
know
point
you
it
are
out
talking
here
about it. It's
again.
her. You are talking
Again,
about
it's
her.
almost like this person is rated beyond what can even be rated. It's almost like
Oh,
they're overrated.
So,
oh, wow,
if I
Mr.
may,
Mr.
C.
C said it
if I
right.
may
She's
proceed,
Beyonce.
if I may proceed,
She's Beyonce.
my
She's now.
journey of her acting skills didn't even come from her older movies were really cool. It started from this movie, Weekend Getaway, that she was part of Uchi Nwachukwu. That particular movie was the movie that made me take judicial notice of.
Everybody was bad in that film, by the way.
No, don't get me twisted. She is rated, overly rated than most. In that movie, she's the most rated person in that movie. So you would expect that for someone, even when you watch a movie that you're like, this movie is bad, but the stars carried. She didn't carry. She was as bad as the rest of them. So that brings the
You
question.
Ranting did not
expected
That
her
carry
to
very,
be
very
heavy lifted. You
down.
see, Jesus Christ.
Oh,
so
God.
that now begs the question: is that why is she as rated? Why is she more rated if she's just as bad as them, even in an equally bad movie?
Oh,
No, that is a question. Now, and I'll say it again. Her disappearance from limelight was a blessing for her because she came back, and I will lean on to Madam Egoboyo's definition of a star. You don't have to be the best at your craft. You just have to be able to get people to listen to you and to command your respect on that stage. On that craft, you don't have to be the most excellent actor in that generation. But the fact that you are at least good at your role and get people to listen to you is what makes you a star. So the fact that I'm saying that our acting is not the most stellar in our generation does not mean she's not a star. I just mean that she's rated on other things much more than her acting capacity. Two, I would go on to this lady. I don't know if I'll call her a star, but at that time she was really into Blackberry Babes, Blackberry Girls, Oge Okoye. I don't know if she evolved into a star, but she became so
oh, please now, not my queen.
stereotyped at a point that anytime you saw Oge Okoye in a movie, you could already picture what she was doing. You could
You
already,
people don't want to fight for my queen.
it became,
No, but she did well in those roles now. She excelled in those roles.
Oh, thank
I
you
don't
so
think
much for
she's
standing up for
overrated
my
because it's
queen.
not like she's her name.
She's
So I don't
not
know if
that
she's
rated,
overrated.
Torera,
that's what
please.
I'm
No,
She's
no,
a
no.
saying.
I
good
Enough.
actor.
understand what Torera is saying. But as much as Ogekoye was not bad, like I mentioned when I mentioned Tonto, is that Asep and Tonto came out at the same time.
Exactly.
But only one
They were
person
ruling
seemed
the streets.
They're really
the
sweet.
same street. But it was only
But
one of the two of
Oge is
them
even better
that
than
seemed to have.
Tonto.
Yes, okay, it's even better than Toto, but somehow only one of them seemed to be able to pull off that
Full of that
stardom
stardom.
in that way.
It was what's the name? It was Tonto the King.
Tonto.
Now,
Okay.
Hey, that means that my queen is not overrated,
No,
please.
okay, Marian left scene and then Tonto
so
stayed back
then
with
another
Churchill and
thing
was
that was
Tonto rebranded to King Tonto. She held it down.
I don't know. This person was not. The point is that rating. They were not. Many of them were acting, but they were not rated, and she didn't evolve to be a star. So I will not. I don't think I want to mention her. Another person that I will mention. She's not new, but she rejuvenated herself in this generation. With Madam Shafi Bello.
Oh,
I enjoy her,
Thank you,
but
thank you.
sometimes there's a way she draws when she talks, and it sometimes does not help in the role interpretation. I don't know if if it's a director's problem or an actor's problem, but
I
there's
can tell you
also
what I can tell you what the problem is.
which is
Let me tell you what the problem is. Again, Elizabeth has pontificated a little bit on this point. Accent Yeluman Dangoru.
Exactly.
accent.
No,
The accent.
Kama Kuro Kamajani. Let me put a case in point. I Beldon Stevens of his voice.
Oh, this one.
When Shafi Bello wasn't instructed to be a super, mind you, she was a high society woman, oh, woman lost one
Yeah,
bit of I am mighty, but she wasn't a high class woman in the point of view of somebody who that is doing supri all over the place. She was a
exactly.
Yoruba Isaleoko mother
The
of high
mother.
status, right? And Shafi was eating in that performance. But when you direct Shafi Bello to tell Shafi Bello pé ó máa need láti sọ supre accent yẹn ló máa dànkọrú. Exactly.
Yeah. And I would say, she's a star, but she's not, I don't know if she's probably rated or rated. Kate Henshaw. I remember her from Candlelight when she was playing Ekaite. And she grew up into Domitila. And but there's this way, I don't know, there's a way she does her voice. I think someone mentioned it earlier about her voice and the way there's a way it happens, like she's trying to force out some sort of performance in some ways sometimes. So it doesn't just get to click sometimes. So for me, I would say Genevieve. I don't want to mention Funkadele again because it would be like beating off a broken record. But and I think that she became a star due to due to the fact that at that time in Yoruba Nollywood, she used to be on top of her game in that era, and she transformed into Jennifer's Diaries that became a national phenomenon, and she never looked back from there. So I don't want to go over our arc anymore. But those are my names: Genevieve, Kate Enshaw, and Shafi Billy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Torira.
But is Shafi even rated?
No, don't say that. Oh, what do you mean?
She's rated, oh.
She's
Ah,
rated,
she's
oh.
rated.
Do you
She's
This
people
new Nollywood, she rates you.
they rate
she
her,
rates
oh? If you've not ever heard of Chichi share the granite, ha, don't say that, oh. Oh, Shafi, that's what Shafi Bello said in
The
that.
Black Book.
Shafi Bello said Chichi shared the granite. Everybody was losing their minds. Let me tell
I'm
you, she
sorry,
do rate, oh.
Vanessa, sorry. I want to mention somebody. I forgot. When you mention Shafi Billy now, is Ireti Doyle. Sorry,
Oh,
I've been forgetting to mention her.
Oh my god, I
wonderful.
was about to mention she's on my list.
I've been trying to mention. I forgot, and I
She's
just
on
remembered
my
now
list.
She's not a
because
star like
I don't
that.
know. I don't know how to say it. From our full years of commotion evolution up until now, something is just missing, and I cannot place it. So I've been trying to mention her name, and I just forgot. So I just cannot place it, but something somewhere
She's
is
number one on
missing,
my list.
and I cannot just justify it. So that is irritating. I just remember. Thank you.
Let me tell you people, gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ yìí, Elizabeth has said it all. Òyìnbó yẹn ló máa dànkọrú. Accent yẹn, English yẹn, supri, all the supri. Once they start raising their nose up like this, they want to be speaking. Everything just because honestly, acting requires a lot of mental focus in it. When you are now focusing, you have to make sure you are enunciating. All of them are trying to enunciate Oibo out of their mind, out of their mouth. Their mind is in a tug of war. Am I focusing on enunciating or am I focusing on giving a good performance? Everything now scatter. Honestly, English, yeah, it do spoil everything. I can't lie to you all. I cannot lie to you. That English that they do try to speak. Oman Dankoru. Case in point, she's not a star, but I never resist an urge to drag her if possible. Funlola Wufie Birahim.
Please.
Atrocities have been committed.
Oh
Lola
my
she
god.
was good in Palace, but I don't know what she evolved
So
into.
superficial. The acting is so
Oh, you
bad.
guys, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Time out.
Okay.
Out of
It's a
stupidity.
lie, yo. Go time out, yo. Go time
Out of
out.
stupidity.
But she's not a star. So she'll get a pass. For which I'm very
But
Okay.
grateful.
you guys, Fulola was so good when she first started, and I think she
Eh,
was like 17, 18. Wait, wait,
is
wait
it
now.
our
And
fault that when
and
she
that
first
her
started, she was
accent
good?
was follow come. I
Okay.
promise you that her accent was so look on back then. She was always acting the brat.
Okay.
And if it worked, but I just did not imagine that she'll continue acting the brat until, her 50s, 40s.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Kò sí wàhálà. Follow come here. Kò wá kò dẹ̀ wá. You don't now follow through with the acting. No problem. Um Next on the list we have, okay, so that was just Torira. Is Emezi still here? I don't see Emezi. So we're gonna skip Emezi and we're going to go to Mickey Not Mouse. Then we will go to Cynthia and then
Okay.
Timmy.
Okay, you guys, please don't. You guys have mentioned her name, but I want to say something. She's so overrated that she even overrated herself and went into music. Adeswa.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Like,
Stray bullets.
Apply
like,
to
Cynthia,
Genevieve.
Cynthia, will you let that go on? Cynthia.
No, but hold on, guys. Not to resurrect something that I've been trying to shut down. No, actually, no, I'll not say it. It's okay. I agree with you.
honestly, I feel like she needs
Genevieve's
to.
Genevieve's ghost is just around. It's just floating around.
Mr. C. Mr. C, stop.
Wait, let me speak. Can I go on?
Yes, you can. Don't listen to Mr.
Okay.
C.
Okay, Adeswa, I need her to like chill. I don't know why she's rated. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know how and how come. Another person that is overrated. We all love her, but I feel like she's overrated, and I think it's because of we saw her in another limelight and not in an acting skill. Joker Silva.
Overrated how? Who? How? Where is the rating?
Joker Silva is overrated. People just like, oh, when she's in a movie, oh, she's a superstar. And I feel like it's because we've seen her in a motherly role that she played in Project Fame that made all of us like her. That does
Project Fame,
Wait,
okay,
you
Mickey.
people liked her in Project Fame.
people
Or
liked her. I did not
so
like
no,
her.
so
So
I've always been problematic. Is that what you people are telling me? No. I need to clarify. Have I always been problem? Am I the problem here, guys? Because as a child, I did not like Joker
I did not
Silva
like her
or
in Project
Project
Fame.
Fame. So
I did
I,
not
I
like her in
don't know
Project
where
Fame.
this. No, please, I want to
wait,
make
wait,
sure.
I think Mickey has no. I think Mickey's point about even this modelly role. I think I also understand, but I think it comes from era. So now, if you say Project Fame, unfortunately, me, I wasn't watching that. But if you watched Joker from like the 90s, which I'm
Yeah.
guessing you probably didn't watch a lot of her, I would say that Joker became typecast
She was
after
always
a role.
overaged. I don't know why they always cast her older than she was.
Yeah, so
Yes,
she
which
has
is very
acted
funny.
motherly role for so long. So I don't know if it's overrated we are looking at her because she's had a career that spanned 40 years and I don't think
Mm-hmm.
she's that much of a star like
No,
that. You get? She's just
Exactly.
acting people's
Exactly. She's
mommy,
not
really.
rated. I mean, not overrated.
Okay.
no. Because even in Hollywood, they still call at her young age, they still call her to play somebody's mommy. I don't know if you people remember that film. Was it with Sana Lathan or who was it? There was
I
one
think I,
film. There was
Namaste
one film
Wahala
like
now. We
this.
don't have to go too far.
It
Namaste.
was
No,
with
not
Nia Long.
Namaste.
The
It
secret
was with
lives of
Nia Long. Thank you, Chen. I was with Nia Long, and she still plays somebody's mommy.
Yes. And she was
Oh,
how old? She's probably a few years older than Nia Long when she
yes,
did
and
that.
she's still playing Nia Long's mommy. It's so unfair. I don't know. I don't know what did she do to deserve it.
maybe because the way she carried herself. I don't know. I don't know.
Oh,
Another person is we've mentioned her name already. Shall not just she's on my list, and I'm very happy that somebody mentioned Ireti because that was number one on my list. Like she was my top list because I do not know what she's. I don't know. I don't want to say I don't know what she's acting, but yes, especially in Wedding Party. I'm sorry. I don't know how people were happy in our role in Wedding Party. I'm sorry. I was rolling my eyes anytime she speaks, and I is not going to marry her. I'm like, child, please, please. Or when she's trying to fight her son not to, about two mid actresses on the same movie. At this one, I was pissed. I'm serious. I was pissed all through. I was just pissed in that movie. I only watched it for the like, okay, I'm bored. Let me pass time. I watched it for it. Then there's this one that she was. Is it a politician or something? There's this movie. that she was a politician. Is it politician or someone famous, rich, and was trying to get away with something and she committed a crime. She committed a crime. I'm trying to remember the movie. Can someone help me out?
Is it the one with Timini?
No, not with Timini.
Is it all Spain? All Spain. I'm missing the name of that
No,
movie.
it's not that one.
Is it the one with Timini and Demi?
No, not that. Wait, is it? No, it's not it. Is it? No, it's the one with I think AY.
Is it Merry Men?
Yes, Merry Men.
Ha
Thank you.
ha. You they call
Thank
merry men among things where people they watch.
Thank you. God, the very first time I saw Merry Men, I was pissed to my bone. I was angry with the person that carried me to cinema to go and watch it. I was like, you brought me here. I should have been sleeping. And no, she's on my list. And we've all mentioned Ade, so I've mentioned Sharon because she's just overrated. Even before she got married, it's not marriage that caused it. She has always been a very, 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 very. And I blame everybody that enjoyed Oloture, the first one and the series. I blame all of you. Honestly blame all of you. And Nasi, I don't know what people. Someone said Nasi has star quality. I don't see it. That star quality, and you say, oh, she's a star. She has that. Honestly, I don't see it. The person I feel I even have more star quality than Nancy is Osas.
Please, I've managed to avert dragons from my queen. Can we not? Can we
No,
not?
I'll say the star quality people are still.
No. She's mentioned in the right group of persons. Nancy or Sars, but she has more
Deep
star power
sigh.
than them. Yeah.
Osas is the one that I feel like, oh, I have that star quality that people see, oh, she's a star. And I'm still pissed to date why they gave her that award for a man called God. I finished watching
Mickey,
the
we
thing.
will go and collect that award. All of us, we band
I
together.
Hey God,
We'll
Lori
break into a house and we'll take
AMVCA
the award.
ye. Lori AMVCA ye. You people want
I
to jack my queen's throat on
the
top of
very first
AMVCA.
the very first day I watched A Man Called God, I switched off the TV and I went to
I love how
sleep.
you've just changed the name of this film.
A
It's Man
Man
of
of
God.
God,
The
sorry.
title is Man
Mickey,
of
you
God.
don't worry. Don't let them tell you otherwise. You are right. Man called God.
God! I was first when they did the AFVCA and they announced the category and it popped up, I was like, is it another, did they do another one that she's getting awarded for or she's in this category for? I went down.
And then they didn't even nominate Aka from that same movie. Aka that carried.
You get
What did Aka carry? You people should stop this thing now.
no
We're not talking
no
about men, but Aka did not carry anything.
no it was way better than
Aka
Osas.
barely lifted his eyebrows. Stop it. You
It
people
was
should
way
stop
better.
it.
It was way better than Osas. And I don't know. I really don't know what Nollywood sees in Osas. Genuinely,
So
even
I'm going
as
to mute you now, Mickey, because
oh,
She's
I'm
beautiful,
in
If this
Mickey.
charge.
was Hollywood,
Mickey, she's
you'd be hearing
beautiful,
industry
okay?
plants, man.
Mickey, I'm
she's
in charge.
pretty. Wait, she's pretty. She has that gorgeous look. She has the star quality that
Okay.
I don't know what they are seeing in Osas. I say Osas Nancy that
Oh
they are
God.
losing her. Wait, wait. I feel like she's supposed to be getting the hype that Adeso and Sharon is getting.
You are getting somewhere. I appreciate
That
that.
yeah, Osas supposed to
Thank
be
you.
getting.
Well, Osas gets hype now. Come on.
No, no,
She
no,
can have more.
no.
Next,
She doesn't
next.
have the hype. The the hype
Okay.
that Sharon is getting for giving us below mid.
Ooh, wow.
Osas is not getting for giving us mid, which is annoying because every time even from this last movie, this one that she collected Funke's husband, that she was
Yee.
in um finding me. Whew.
Oh,
Thank you
Sharon.
so much, Mickey. I appreciate your thoughts. We're gonna move swiftly along. We've been here for 3 hours, guys. You guys are having
Oh,
a great
that's
time.
true. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. Please, I know Cynthia came here specifically to say one thing, if not a couple things.
Oh yes. So can you guys hear me? Because I'm using my headphones.
Yes, we can.
Yes. So I've been enjoying this space. I've been having a lot of fun. Yeah, but I came to give a warning because the process of the entertainment, I think I got pissed with some of the language and tones we have been using on this space. The first thing that pissed me off is when people want to describe the female actresses, the way you guys rush to talk about beauty, body settiness, and try to like put it down. But what really made me request on this space was Mercy Johnson. So I'm not a fan of Mercy Johnson. I'm one of the people that also think that she really, really went bad. But I felt like in the overrated part, a lot of the people that came on to speak on Mercy Johnson were being a little bit too classist and being a bit weird. Now, the way you guys were like, oh, I think she's bigger than this rose. I think she should dump this rose. I think she should be this, that. I was not satisfied. Sorry, I was displeased. Like I said, I've been having a lot of fun. I've been enjoying this space, but I was displeased with like a lot of the tone that you guys were using to describe her in your overrated section. So I'm just here to be like, even though we are having fun, let's also be mindful of the language we are using to like describe these actresses because every single person that came on this space to talk about the messenger overrated part, I thought you guys were crossing the line too much, and yeah, and that's why I requested because I got angry. It was no longer fun for me. But yeah, until then, I think you guys can continue.
Thank you very much, Cynthia. We apologize if there were any classist undertones to some of the statements
We
that
are
you
Cynthia
made
very
that
came
were
to
sorry,
warn
deviant.
Cynthia. We'll
us.
not do
Please
that again.
forgive
We are
us,
Cynthia
very
came
please.
to
sorry.
warn us.
Please forgive
You
us.
people should take Cynthia seriously, please. We do apologize if there were any classist undertones when referring to the dark ages of Mercy Johnson's career. Um, Next, we have Timmy.
So I don't know like what people have said prior, and some people have already said some of the people I have on my list. So I don't think I would be saying too much. Number one on my list was Joke Sylvia, and that's
Please, you people should stop this
God.
thing. Joker is not that much of a star.
She's
No,
not
no, no.
rated.
Let's be again, guys. We did
Wait,
no. Is she a legend within the industry?
Yes,
Yes,
but
but I
is
don't
she an
think she was that much of a
she's
star
in pretty much a
for
lot of
us to be to
too
be
much
doing
things in my
overrated.
opinion.
Ha!
Am I lying? Was she not in Chief Daddy? She's now in one family bro. Kinikan, kinikan.
Okay,
but that
and
is not enough roles now. How many roles does she
that's
Everybody's
get
in
not
in
Chief
here?
enough
Daddy.
for
Everybody's
giving
in Chief Daddy. Like,
exactly everybody was in Chief Daddy. I feel like Chief Daddy was a Nollywood reunion. Not too much on Joker. Not too much. Because this is someone who has had a career since what, the 80s, if not earlier. Giving this long span of her career, if we're going by the again, that see guys, I have to keep referring to my definition at the beginning of the space. Giving If we are referring to our definition of who a star is, prominent, front facing, leading,
Hmm.
I don't think Joke had the kind of career that we are ascribing to her.
Fair,
Joke wasn't leading a lot of many
fair,
things.
fair.
Even now, like if we're giving the span of a how many year career, I don't think Joke has been given as many opportunities as I think she deserves. And if we're being honest, Joke is a talented actress. Oh. In fact, I believe she was incredibly underutilized by Nollywood.
I mean, I don't think I would disagree because that would make sense. But
Thank you, Timmy.
the next on my list was Inidima Okoji, and what has she be? What has she been in again? Blood Sisters. She's in this new Charles of Play film. I just know that she's been around a lot of times, but I personally don't particularly see what anybody sees in Inidima. I feel like she and Sharon Oja kind of give me the same.
Oh no, no, no! Don't go there! Don't go there! Don't go
Eh,
there!
no, no, Ace. I don't know. I will not let you cut Timmy short. Let Timmy speak his truth because his truth is quite truthful. Thank you.
So
Carry on,
I feel like
Timmy.
she and Sharon Oja are kind of on the same wavelength for me because there's always. I feel like I think there was something. Was it? It was either you or Mr. C that said it that They feel like every line they have to deliver has to be dramatic.
Mr. C says that. I also dare
Oh,
say she always has a permanent constipated look on
yes.
her face. Sorry. Let's be serious and truthful
I feel
here.
like
Thank you.
I
Carry
feel
on,
like the
Timmy.
only performance of hers that I actually enjoyed was in Sylvia, and that's because I feel like there I wouldn't say she was acting, because I feel like when I like see her interviews or when I just see her out of performance, she has this very jovial, lively, bubbly princess energy, and that was what she practically brought to Sylvia. But then when it got to the part where she was supposed to show some emotional intensity, I said, "Toh, there we go, there we go." But when she was just being, in love and bubbly and yada yada, she was very okay. So I feel like maybe if I don't want to say like, oh, they should typecast her, but I feel like if they could just lean into that character, maybe she would be more appealing to me. But again, I mean, it's not me they are Kuma making the films for, but that's just my own.
Can I
The next on my
sorry?
list,
Can I just quickly
um,
correct the record? The This is Inidima we're talking about, right?
yeah.
Okay. The thing
YS.
I say about Inidima is that she has a almost like a permanently oppressed face that she has.
Oh,
She's
see, I knew me and you were on the same wavelength with the
always
constipated face.
oppressed.
Yes.
And honestly, it's kind of good. It's just that it is overused. It is overused so much.
She's
She's just
always oppressed,
always
even when she's not
yes, yes.
oppressed.
But
Always,
she's not overrated. In is not
How
overrated. Let's
how
be
is she
honest.
not?
You know, beyond not overrated, I think the arguments we should be having here is Inidima Okoje a star? It's not about whether she's overrated because I think by
I
and
don't
large,
even think she's a star
in
yet.
some
How many roles
conversations,
does
yes,
she get?
in some conversations, Inidima is touted to be this incredibly talented. So I can see where Timmy is coming from in the point of view of overrated. But my own question is Inidima Okoje a star?
somebody that was in Maste
That's
Wahala,
all.
of course, come off it.
Oh, get off, please.
Oh my god.
Mr. C, please.
Okay, next on my list, Vanessa has already said this, which was Fun Lola, and I was so happy when you mentioned her, because I was just thinking of that Tokumba performance, and I was like, wow. Just wow. Because I feel like I don't really know like what her career has looked like, but I just know that for some reason she just seemed to like have this comeback, but I don't understand where the comeback is coming from. Because
It came from Tinsel.
was she like in Tinsel when it started, or was it just a recent?
Yes.
Yes, she's been
Yes.
in since, so she's an original. She's been there
She's one
since.
of the OG cast of
Ah,
Yeah, she's,
Tinsel.
was she
she's been
good in
there since.
Tinsel?
You know what? No.
She was decent,
No.
basically. She
No,
was
she
full and
was not.
vibrator. That's how she was in
She
Tinsel.
really wasn't. Funlola as Brenda was not a good
Hmm.
performance, guys.
But
Yeah.
she's not a star, let alone overrated.
But she's in. Let me see. She's been in Tokumbo. She's been in House of Secrets. She's been in Adire. She's basically working with like what's his name, Nia Kim Online, I think.
And she has been the same character in each of these
So
movies.
I think what Timmy, I think what you're thinking is she's having a resurgence, but I don't think she can be qualified as a star. She is
wait,
having a bit of a
I thought we're talking
resurgence.
about overrated. No,
Yes, but the basis of this conversation is we're speaking on stars, people who are front facing, who are prominent within the industry. That's who we're
does
speaking
Tony
of.
Tones count? Because she's on my list.
Oh God, you're really going for the jugular here, aren't you, Timmy?
So she's the next on my list, and again, I also I do not see anything compelling about her performances. Even the one in Kinongbi, King of Boys, I was not feeling it. Yeah, sure, it was very passionate. It had a lot of energy. She learned Yoruba because of the role. Kudos to her. But a lot of her performances, especially the one in Brotherhood as well, it really just comes off as trying too hard. I feel like the only performance of hers that I have enjoyed, which I think I don't even really remember much of, is in Smart Money Woman. But like I said, I don't really remember much of Smart Money Woman because it was a long time ago since I watched it. But every other thing that I have seen Tony Tones in, I have never been particularly impressed. So yeah, that's Tony Tones for me. The last person that I had on my list, this person isn't a star because I don't know, but it was Carol King.
Hey,
Oh,
Timmy,
sorry.
from where to where is
Carol King is, thank God. I'm glad you said she isn't, because she's
So
like
many people self don't even know who she
I
is.
like Edge of Paradise and things were her biggest. I think so. I don't know if that counts as a star. I don't know.
I'm just beyond it
Because
doesn't count to be a star. I'm just
Timini is
quite
stating
taken
bad
aback by
acting rather
Timmy's
than
Timmy's
overrated.
audacity.
it's just again, this was just me like compiling my list because I really wasn't sure what the basis of everything was on. I was just putting in the people that I felt were overrated, and she ended up on my list. And because the performances I've seen her in, again, like the very recent ones, like Adam or Daddy, that Christmas film, what's it called? Soft the one with Ifa Iwara and what's that was and Genoveva.
In Nigeria Christmas,
No, yeah, she was in that one too, but another one where they
Elijah
were in South
Christmas is a
Africa. Soft
Christmas
Love,
movie
there's
now.
another one.
Soft Love,
No, not soft love. The one they were trekking.
Trekking.
Have you? There's a Christmas movie like that now, that they were hiking or whatever.
No, the one that they went
Mm.
to village that their daddy
Yeah,
drive
that's
down
Down
for.
for Christmas.
Uh-huh.
No,
Yes.
that's not for Christmas. Oh yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
and Soft Love. I've seen her like very recently, and I'm like, why? Just why? Because I was like, again, these are just people whose performances don't particularly do anything to me. I mean, for me, they don't really interest me. I don't see a lot of nuances in the roles. Maybe you could say it's because of the characters that they were given, but yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say.
Thank you, Timmy.
Sorry,
Now I
please.
can go because
I want to say something.
I've been seeing.
Vanessa, please, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I forgot somebody when I was talking earlier,
Ah.
and the person is Omoni Obuli. I'm sorry, I just remembered. And I know people do not remember, but I just remembered now. There's a thing she does with her, I don't know, with her face when she's acting. I don't know. Maybe somebody will come and bail me out here, but I don't know if she's is a star in the sense of what we are saying. But I
Omoni is not a star. She's not memorable.
She's not a
she's not
star.
memorable. Who is that person? Who is that
Like,
person? Is wicked.
Ha,
That person is
Eburu.
wicked.
Eburu gan.
But you get what I'm saying? She's not memorable as an actress. True. Her acting,
Even you two, you now
yeah,
double down.
her acting leaves a lot to be desired. Let me use that word.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, me, I want to go because I've been seeing some arguments in the comment section, and it seems like because Mr. C didn't really expatiate, let me help him to expatiate. Uh, Genoveva Ume, I don't, sorry, all of you who are personally offended by us saying Genoveva Ume is overrated. Emo Binu, one cannot help but tell the truth. I, like Mr. C, I unfortunately have opened both eyes quite intently, and I still do not see what you all see. I have watched pretty much almost everything she's been in. Guys, should we speak on Far From Home? Should we really open the doors of Far From Home? Is that a performance you people think should be worthy of your rating? Or let us venture into what is supposedly a critically acclaimed film, Breath of Life. Breath of what? Breath of Life. What was that performance? And how are all of you proud of it? I want you people to be honest with yourselves. It's one thing where we say someone is inconsistent, but at least inconsistent gives off the implication that on occasion the person does well. Unfortunately, Genoveva does not even give off inconsistent. by and large, and if people are asking how do people get jobs, I genuinely want to know how does Genoveva continue to be booked because she has not given one solid performance, not to my knowledge, not to my eyesight. Not one solid performance has come from Genoveva Ume, and somehow she is in everything possible. The weirdest part is she ends up in these films that are beloved, films and TV shows that are beloved by people for whatever reason. I don't
Nepotism.
understand it. Thank you, Timmy. But I don't understand it. There's no justification for it. It didn't day. It didn't day. I've tried. It didn't day. It's not there. Genevieve Ome doesn't have it, unfortunately. Now I want to speak on Omomi Dada. And I love Omomi Dada. I feel like the people who spoke on Omomi Dada brushed it over. And this is coming from, and I'm speaking as coming from someone who a few years ago believed that Omomi Dada was underrated and deserved more from Nollywood. I think my problem with Omomi Dada is it comes off robotic. You know, I've seen her in quite a number of things, and like Mr. C, Ayinla is probably the best one. There's this rom-com on Accelerate. No, is it Accelerate TV? It's Accelerate TV that on what's the name of that one? Unintentional Abiki Loruko film here. And I for a rom-com lead, she left a lot to be desired. I just on Omoni Oboli's channel last week Friday, I'll be 2 weeks ago. She released something. What's the name of that film? So long as this heart beats or something to whatever. And Omomi Dada is also leading that. And guys, throughout, mind you, I don't believe that Michael Dapper is an incredible talent. I think he has potential. But Michael was carrying that entire film. Michael was carrying that film on his back. On his forelocks, Michael was carrying that film.
On his kerosene wick locks.
On his kerosene wick, on his owu locks, on the last strand
Oh,
of his
thank you.
owu locks, Michael was carrying that film. Omomi Dada, unfortunately, somehow, I don't know what it is. There is
I
a
think I
blockage
think
somewhere.
sorry to cut you short. I think there are some actors that it just looks like they are meant for supporting roles. I don't know how to put this. It looks like they cannot carry a film. They cannot play lead
It
successfully.
it is looking like that because another film where she is lead is Ada Omodadi. And again, guys, it didn't day.
It's not her
Of
fault. That one is
unfortunately,
not her fault.
okay, Katia, we pay that one it didn't have fault. Which one now have
Is it
fault?
my fault? I don't understand. Whose fault is it? Is it my own?
I don't understand. It just didn't dare, unfortunately. Guys, it's just not there. There's somebody else. There was somebody else that I had. Who did I have as overrated? There was somebody else that I had as overrated. Bolowa, I've forgotten. I've forgotten. She's gone off my head. Ah! It don't enter. I might offend some people. Scarlett Gomez. And I know by some my definition, she's not particularly a star.
You like to add that
Emma,
over
Emma
star.
Binu, Emma Binu. I'm saying her name because her name has started coming up in conversation. She started starring in the Nigerian version of what's that name of that South African show?
That river,
River,
river thing.
the Menene Menene.
The river.
Uh-huh. The she's in the Nigerian version of it. And everyone has been waxing lyrical about Scarlett Gomez on that show. Guys, it didn't day. I quite think she's quite overrated. If you people think over the top performances, Scarlett Gomez is an over the top actor. Nothing. I've seen clips because Showmax has banned me from watching their stuff. I've seen clips of that show, and guys, it's just. I don't know what you all are seeing. I don't see it. Elizabeth, you have your hand up.
For absolutely no reason. I just wanted to disrupt the flow. Continue.
I love you. I love you for that. But yeah, and of course, I know I had mentioned Jemima Osunde in the bag, and she's not a star, but I guess she is rising, and she was just a
Okay, I
lead
wanted to
like
say
two
another
seconds
thing,
ago.
please. And this is not to.
Oh.
I'm not holding brief for Jemima, but Jemima is one of those people that is. She needs another director. If you
Mm.
look at Jemima's filmography, it's the same set of people, the same set of producers. Like Jemima, do
Are we
something
sure?
else. I'm serious. Just check her
Are we
filmography.
sure?
I'm serious.
Because it's not the same people that directed that in Beyond the Veil.
Oh, she was in Beyond the Veil. That's true. No, but I
Uh-uh.
like that there. I like
Uh-uh.
that there.
So also in the Nollywood
You
club.
like her there?
Yes, I do. No, Jemima is one of those
Okay.
people that I feel like the way she started her career, it really feels like she self-directs sometimes. I'm serious. She has the same performance across board. And it feels like they just say, Jemima, do your thing. And she just does that same thing over and
Exactly.
over and over
Exactly.
again. She just needs somebody
So
else
what
and maybe a dancing
She's the
class
same person in
to loosen up.
everything.
so what you people are saying is Jemima should go back to medicine.
No, no, I really like her face in acting.
I
I
know
like her
now.
face in
No,
acting. No, she should
now.
continue
That's just where
acting. She
you're
just
wet.
needs a
Oh.
different. I need a director to take. I need a director. I need an actor
Where
direct.
you
I need an actor director to
this is
take a chance on her. You know, most of the people we've been talking about have
so
had.
who is the actor?
No,
Genevieve is
okay,
not
no,
an
we will not. We
actor.
will
I
do another
understand.
space for directing. We'll do
Wait,
another
what?
space for directing.
So this is why I said, because this thing that people are saying she needs another director. Who is going to direct her?
No,
The same
please.
people that are
As
directing
in,
other
and the
the
reason.
same people that are directing other
And
people
wait,
in
and you know,
Nollywood.
because Jemima is also up and coming, right? Because we really can't. She's not exactly a star. She starred in lead roles, but she's not exactly a star right now. And I feel like she's one of those people. And I did mention it so that she doesn't go and end up like them, like Kate Enshaw, Nuttall. So I maybe she's even dropped that Nuttall, but so that she doesn't end up like Kate Enshaw, because I can see the trajectory is really going to look something like that at the end of the day, that you're not exactly sure, neither here nor there, star or not. You get, and you just
Huh.
have it like she had, like how Kate has that permanent quiver in her voice for all the films she acts in. Really, really, not so
Okay.
much my cup.
Because if people are saying the same director, it's not the same director that directed her in Rumor Has It season 3.
She was also a delivery boy, oh. And I
Yeah, I
Oh,
like
and I
see.
don't blame
I
them.
know this thing is me. Just I again, she's the same person. All this, and I don't think it makes her bad. I think she's just nobody is taking. Look at all the people we've called as best, right? Apart from some, you know how they say ability is not ability. Some people just have it, just they. But then most of the people we've even called as good, because we also see them rise. We saw their rise in Nollywood from when they were practically babies, 18, 19. And we saw how awkward they probably started out. And then when they became established, and then when, of course, they also plateaued and fell. Basically a cycle in an actor's life. At least we are looking at Nigerian acting, because at the end of the day, you, whether you like it or not, you will still end up doing it cheaper by the dozen. You probably be churning out more than you can, and you will start experiencing burnout. And if you can't act before you reach that burnout stage, you probably will never know how to act. I'm just saying that maybe somebody would take a chance on sorry, not Genevieve, on Jemima, and she would have her own Sharon Stone resurgence. This is me just being hopeful.
okay.
Thank you.
I appreciate your optimism. I genuinely do. So, but again, I come to the same conclusion, because it's not just open for a direct, because if we're open for a director, it will take a while. That's why I say perhaps she should go back to medicine, because director is part of the problem we have in Nollywood. So if the director didn't date, then is it not wise to return to Nollywood, to medicine? And that's why I reached
But
the
she's doing
conclusion that
both
I
for
reached.
currently now.
So okay. So what are we not saying then?
And Vanessa, really, before before you even go, we are saying this thing about um she should leave, which I mean I do understand. But another thing I wanted to say again is that female actresses don't
You went off a bit.
we end up not look at people, a lot of names that we couldn't mention today because you'll be rummaging through your head. Is he a star? A star? And you've realized that there are a lot of people, especially women, who've come through here and they've really acted their hearts out, but they really reach
Mm-hmm.
that stardom for whatever reason. And I think it's the way the way
Mm-hmm.
Nollywood is structured right. It ages them out even when they've not
Yeah.
even come of age in quotes. Right. We can mention a lot of people who
Yeah.
were like the in thing at some point on Iroko and so many, and it just seemed as though,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it will really hurt me if somebody like Zainab Balogun never really attains that
Is aged
stature.
out of the industry. Yes, I
It's probably
agree.
going to happen. And you've had people
Yeah.
Yeah.
like a fantastic actress, or it just probably will never happen. So, right? And so this, I don't
Like
know
Bayer
if
herself.
it's even on my list. I really didn't have a lot of best actresses from the 2010s and 2020s. To be fair, because I really
Mm-hmm.
don't know where to place them. Are they stars? Are they not stars?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I don't
Yeah.
know if the
It's
space or the
incredible. It's I
the
don't
the
know.
environment, if it supports any of these things. Thank you. Bye bye.
No. No, I agree. I agree. Mma just joined. So Mma, can you share your thoughts with us
Hi guys,
on Overrated?
I just came to talk about Jemima. Nothing else really concerns me. Jemima is a bad
Oh,
actress, ladies and gentlemen. She cannot act, she cannot emote. She's like Gal Gadot. That is who she is. She keeps getting all these jobs, and I'm like, how, when, why? What's the reason? Like, she can't emote. Body language is zero. I'm stressed by watching. She stresses. I'm stressed talking about how stressed she makes me feel when I watch her on TV. Anywhere really.
Someone that she's
I
friends with at this one.
ah, I just cannot with her. And the thing is, I've watched her as a supporting actress, doesn't do much. They now gave her a main role. Main role. First of all, no one was even carrying in that film, but that's story for another day. Jemima is a bad actress. I don't think a director would make things better. I think she needs to focus solely on medicine. I'll be happy. That's all.
thank you very much, Mma.
She will not
Medicine can be
agree.
quite
Oh, she will not
lucrative.
agree. So better don't hinge your happiness on that.
I know that no, we were just offering potential, Medicine can be
Una they
quite
crush
lucrative
people
if you
dream
if
for
you if
here,
you
Sha.
focus your direction in a specific way. Timmy, we're not crushing dreams. We don't have the power to do that. Um, thank you all so much, guys. We've been here for what 3 hours? It's going on. It's gonna be 4 soon. So we're gonna, guys, speedily, please. Let's speedily get through underrated. I think you guys are gonna have fun here. See now, the underrated actors aren't really bound by our individual initial definition of stars because if going by the definition of not rated high enough, then it means they're not as prominent as we would like for them to be. This is where you can reach in your magic hat and pull out a name that might probably be obscure, but you believe based on the basis of their talent, on their skill, they have the potential, if the landscape was right in Nollywood, to be stars and are underrated. So first on the list to speak, we have Elizabeth.
My internet is not good, but I think we are talking about underrated, right? I don't know if anybody can hear me.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are speaking of
Okay,
underrated.
and they are underrated and they are not stars, Abby.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so I'll start with the OG underrated, who is not a star, which is really Bimbo Akintola. I don't know if there is no explanation for that. If there is no explanation, but there is industry bias. So, and I would say industry bias also translates into what they think or perceive the audience wants. So, if Chioma can have a resurgence,
Sorry, what do you
boy
mean
in
by
her
industry
forties
bias?
and she's in her 50s now, so it's still learning again. So the bias is still there. Another person I would say is right now is um star star quality. I mean, you guys have said that Uche is a star for YouTube. What most people watch, but will
Yes.
people pay money? But will people pay actual money, like ticket money, to go and watch her at the cinemas? Which is what
Is it
me,
just
I
me
am
and Elizabeth
going to be
breaking for?
using as star quality. You said what? Sorry.
But can I if
Sorry, it's just okay. Elizabeth is breaking on my side. It's just me. If it's just me, it's okay.
It's not just
she
you.
is a
It's not
little
just
bit.
you.
She is a little bit. Elizabeth, I just want to buttress, and I know this is taking us back a bit. I just want to, it buttresses my question as to why Nancy Sime is where she is, because Nancy Sime doesn't sell films, guys. That's all I'm going to say. But somehow she's still cast. That's all. Carry on, Elizabeth.
Okay, so I would have said she's not. I feel like she should be able to make the transition to cinema. But I also feel, again, it's our landscape. It's so, if you get boxed in, whether you like it or not, if you are a YouTube person, you're just probably going to be rated on YouTube. And I don't know how that's going to help. Again, I don't know. So underrated now is past cinema. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking it should have happened for her, because for Bimbo, when Bimbo Ademoye was on Iroko, right? So I'm
Oh,
thinking Uche should have had a lead role by now, because even Bimbo didn't have role
Elizabeth, you're
in the
breaking
lead.
up really badly.
I know I am. Network, my internet is really bad, but that's my lead, my list. Let me just,
Say
so
you
that
just type the
I
comment.
think it's
Okay.
ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Iroko critic. Kenneth the man.
That's right. More. Uh-huh. Okay, my underrated. The first person on my list for underrated is not only, I think, underrated, although I think it's not going to be for too long, but I don't only think she's underrated. I actually think she's the best working actress at this point, and that's Uzumaka. Uzumaka. I think,
Please specify
yeah,
on the
sorry.
Uzo Amaka you
Yes,
mean.
Uzumaka and Aniona, if I said that correctly.
Power,
It's
Power,
please.
because
Uzo
power.
Amaka power, please.
Uzamaka
power. It's
power.
Uzo
because
Amaka
of this.
power, please.
It's the way you people used to tongue twist her son name. She changed her name to Power.
Power, maybe.
Sorry.
Mm-hmm. Uzo Amaka Power. Thank
All
you.
right, Uzumaka. All right. But I think she's absolutely different. She's different. She's just different class. I'm not even discussing this with anybody. It is what it is. This is for me. It's like saying A Fair is our best film. There's nothing close to comparing it to in terms of what it has what it achieved. There's no one comparing to the heights Uzumaka is currently reaching. And there's still potential to grow, by the way. And I'm so excited to see what is in the future. She seems to be also picking roles really well. So this is just a star in the making as far as I'm concerned. Um, Other person, we've mentioned her already today, but uh, Chioma Akpotha for me is underrated, almost in the way that we spoke about Kende Bankole a year or two ago. She's beginning to get some things here or there, but let's be reminded, like, how many leading roles has Choma Akpotha done? I mean, given all how much she's been eating up all the supporting roles, even in the atrocious collision course, Chuma Akpotha was very good in that film. Like, she's one of the bright sparks in such an awful movie. Um, uh, Gangs of Lagos, not a film I'm particularly fond of, but she's great there as well. Like, there's only so much this woman can do put her in the leading role now. Let's this woman be recognized properly. That's what I mean. That she's not being rated. Like people need to just on the put her in leading roles. Let us enjoy Choma Akpata in her fullest. This seven doors is like the closest I think she's come, and she's still for me. That's a Femi Adebayo lead role. To be honest, she's playing support there. I want to see for all of the roles that have had leading women. It's so surprising that Choma Akpata has not really done any of these big ones. So yeah, Choma Akpata is the other one, and um, somebody we probably haven't mentioned today, but honestly, I've just been quietly impressed with her over the last few times I've seen her, and that's Yvonne Jegede. Yvonne Jegede is actually, I don't know why I'm putting her on here because I think I actually did not even rate her particularly. I've seen her do some work, and I never thought of her as a bad actress or so, but I've really been impressed with a lot of her recent roles, and I think she really is deserved of definitely more attention from everyone else. So yes, Yvonne Jegede would be my third person.
Can I buttress your Yvonne Jegede point about and I think these bright spots in what are genuinely honest to God bad films is honestly some for me some of my proof of people's talent in the atrocity that was Chief Daddy 1 and Chief Daddy 2. Yvonne Jegede was a bright spot. I've never seen someone so wholeheartedly in love with someone. And this is coming from someone who loves romances and somehow Nollywood messes it up. Yvonne Jegede was a supportive girlfriend. She was. Oh no, that's what's that? No, that's the other Beverly. Sorry, this is the wrong person. I'm thinking of Gangs of Lagos. Yvonne Jegede in Gangs of Lagos with that also really horrible actor. Ah God, I should not be saying this. The guy
We know who you are
that just
talking
tall.
about.
Tayo, yes, Tayo.
Yes, exactly. She was also a bright spot in that really bad film, guys. I quite liked Yvonne Jegede in that. Yeah. Um, I'm with Mr. C on Uzamaka Power. I have her on my list. I think Uzamaka is on the way to, and not just, and you know what's amazing for me about Uzo, and like Mr. C saying, the choices she's making in the role she's playing, in the film she's choosing to back, from small to big, case in point, the critically acclaimed with the difficulty comes ease last year. There's short films that she's done. There's features that she's done. Choosing Mami Water. These projects that are impactful beyond and outside the current scope of Nollywood. That's what I think is incredible about the trajectory of Uzamaka's career as it's growing. Is it's extending past what we think Nollywood is in the mainstream, and she's finding, she's found her place, and and for someone, I think Uzamaka has incredible tunnel vision. She's very clear about where she wants to go, and she's not making any pit stops. She's going there, and it's incredible to watch. Love Uzamaka to bits, and she knows it. She's incredible. Um, and yeah, I'm with you on Chama Akpotha as well. I have her here, and I think she's overdue. She's overdue a lead role where she's not playing someone's wife, where she's not playing someone's mother, where the character is built to take center stage. Um, and yeah, I think those are really good choices, and I agree with you on Yvonne Jegede. I think Yvonne Jegede has been slowly but surely. She's been around in the industry for so long, and always, she's done so much supporting, and she's just, she's been, what's the English I'm looking for? She's been toiling, and it's that work ethic, kind of how we described Chioma's early career. It's the consistency of just continually working. I don't think Yvonne Jagede has taken a break since she came into the industry. Even if there's been times where she's not gone enough work, she's kind of always been there in the background, and I think that's incredible. And when her time does come, I think it'll be fantastic to see. Next on the queue we have Olana.
Okay. With this one, I honestly have such a long list because there are so many underrated actresses in the industry. So I kind of broke it down and did as few as I can fix in my list. But I have this whole generation to generation thing. With the older actresses, I have here Jennifer Eliogu and Tinamba, because these are two very exceptional actresses. When you need them to be emotional, they are emotional. When you need them to be jovial, they are jovial. With Jennifer has been there since like the 90s. I think she was in, I don't know if it's Domitila or one of those movies. But for some reason, no big break. And I don't know why. I don't know what has been going
She's in
on
I
with
Do
her.
Not
She
Come to
probably
You
has a
by
bigger
Chance.
break
So
in the
just
music.
just hold on. She's coming.
She's
She's coming.
to God be the glory. Like, she has probably had a bigger break with her music thing than with Nollywood, which is crazy because she's so, like, when she wants to be emotional, there's that clip that usually goes around, the one where she was in Dear Diane, where she was mourning her daughter, and it's so impactful and it's so great, and you don't really see performances like that, but she delivers it, and for some reason they don't call her. Me, I don't know until it's up. No problem. Tinamba, same thing, consistency. Whatever you want her to be, she can be an Yoruba woman, she can be a Yoruba woman, she can be, versatility is almost like her middle name, and you know, she's just not. I don't know what's going on, why they don't call her for more stuff. But yeah, those are the two people for my older actresses. Then the 2010s, the two people I feel like somehow the 2010s didn't work out for them, but they could have actually made something of themselves. Bera Mekwizu or Ebere, I don't know the names, I don't know, but
No,
Bera
she's a berry
Mekwizu.
now, please. She's no
Yeah,
longer
she's a
berry.
berry now.
She's a berry.
She's a berry now, because I feel like that berry was confusing in its own right. And Mary Lazarus, the two of them from the 2010s, I feel like they were actually very good, and somehow they didn't get their breakthrough that period for some reason, and till now they're just toiling, like you said, Vanessa, and like, I don't know what's going on that end. But those are two people I feel like they deserved more. And then with like the new sets, I have Uzo Amaka Power, obviously very exceptional, very phenomenal actress. Everybody has said everything I want to say on that end. The other Uzo Amaka Onoha, I also feel is very brilliant, and she too, I don't know what's going on that end, but I feel like she's also brilliant. I've seen her in some powerful things. I think she was the one in Diche. There was a time I used to confuse the two of them, but I think she was the one in Diche. Very, very
Fun
great
fact, they were
performance
both
over
in
there.
Diche.
They were both in Diche.
Yeah.
Okay. Power was the detective.
Yes.
Yes. Then Uzumaka Onoha was Diche herself. Very popular, very very powerful performance there. Also, I feel like she needs to have a breakthrough. Bisola, I don't know what's going on with Bisola. But Bisola is such a talented person in general, and I don't just mean it with the acting. Bisola is talented with the acting, with the music. There's so many things that can be done with Bisola, and there are just not enough things being done with Bisola for some reason. So I'm still waiting for her to get her breakthrough, because she's brilliant. I don't know what's going on that end. My queen Uche, everybody has said what everybody needs to say about Uche Montana. We are hoping that this whole AMVC nomination thing and all that opens more doors for her, but she does need to be in more things, and she'll probably sell more cinema tickets than some other people that have made it to the cinemas. And there's a fourth person on my list, Bolaji Ogomola. I really like watching Bolaji. I really see. I don't see now they laugh, but it's not
Your
funny.
best
I
friend.
really enjoy watching. See, forget whatever. Like, anytime I see Bolaji, I'm there. I'm there, because if not to do were she did there. If not to do Mumu Lover again, she did there. I don't know what's going on that end, but I've always thought she deserved more. She deserved some form of, like, some more jobs beyond what what she's getting, and that's probably why she has to just dig in and do stuff for herself. But yeah, those are the people that have been able to just drive. There are more, actually. There are more, but let me just leave it there, because you guys have said the Jagedes and the likes. Those are very very good actresses that are just not getting their dues. So yeah, that's my list.
Well done. Thank you very much. Some of those people on that 2010s list, well, we thank God. Um, no, sorry, no shade, no shade, no shade.
Sorry,
Next on.
I also have Onye, but I don't know. Onye is just coming in, but yeah, I'm looking
No,
forward
I
to
also
more
have
of her.
Onyinye Odokoro on my list. I have Onyinye
Onye
Odokoro on
Odokoro,
my
she's
list.
just coming
Yes.
in, but I'm really looking forward to more from her.
Yeah, I have Onyinye Odokoro on my list as well. So yeah, thank you, Orlando. I think we have Uchenda next.
Okay, I think Uzumaka Power would have been my choice, but since she's already been discussed so extensively, I'll say Ijoma Grace Agu. She doesn't You don't see her in a lot of stuff, but wherever she appears, I think she's always acquitted herself quite admirably. Also, I don't know. I kind of think that Detola Jones sort of deserves a second look. I mean, these days she seems to be Omoni Oboli's muse.
God bless you for Datola. I'm so sorry I forgot her. God
Yeah,
bless you,
yeah. I
Uchenna.
mean,
God
there's
bless
something
you.
about her working on Omoni Oboli films that is it's consistent and it's dependable. It's not really dynamic, but I think that has something to do with the nature of Omoni's films themselves. But I think she deserves a second look. I think she has something to say, and I think people should keep an eye on her.
Thanks, Uchenna. And I do really like Detola. I think out of the new crop of YouTube girls, I think she deserves a break into mainstream Nollywood. I want to see what that looks like with but not with our, not the Inglot people, please. Somebody that do solid, perhaps. Um, but yes, I like Datola Jones a lot. Next on the queue we have Film Heady. Thank you.
Um, I think they said it all. I wanted to particularly mention Yinye. I saw her in this Dickers film. That was the first time I saw her, and she has never given a bad performance. From the way things happen, there's something about performance that is. There's some acting that way, some talent you see. Even same with that Uzomaka. Is it Uzomaka? Yes, the one in Fair and with difficulty come. There's some talent that you will spot and you know that these ones is exportable. This is a talent that you will put in any industry. They will survive. Because we are so accustomed with a certain type of acting here. So this Onyinye, from even the Princess on the Hill, I never watched anything from Showmans. But when I saw the two the first scenes, I was like, there's something so natural, so believable about her acting. Like you're watching her, and it does not look like she's trying to give a performance. She's just lost in the character, So Onyinye for me, um, there's this woman from Patience era. What's her name? Ebelo Caro. I think she deserves more roles. More visibility. I love her. I loved her in this film with Blossom Chukwujeku where she was selling rice. So what's it called? Black Rose. I think Ebele is good, and she didn't get enough visibility as she should, or she has not gotten. Then Bimbo Akintola too. I don't know with Bimbo. I think the acting is there. I mean, the talent is undeniable, but I don't know if it's maybe like somebody was trying to put it and they were trying to like dance around it. I don't know if it's the standard of beauty. I don't know what it is, but till today it still puzzles me why her career never really took off as she should or as it should. Who else? Who else? That's about it. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Next on the queue we have, is Torera still here? Yes, Torera, please.
Hi, good evening. Okay, I will have mentioned Tinam Baba Olanadida. There's this, I can't remember her name, but she was in Ijobo. She was Tana Adelano's daughter, the girl amongst the Ijobo guys.
Ruby.
Ruby
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 Akabuezi.
Akubeze.
Ruby Akabuezi.
I
Kabwe.
don't
Yes.
understand. She was in Baby Farm.
Baby
Yeah, she was
Farm,
in Baby Farm. She was what's that girl's name? And the
the
one
one
that
that died.
died.
She actually is
Yeah, she was the
someone,
girl that died
she's
in
someone
Baby
that
Farm.
I think should be should be properly, should get proper roles. She has that thing. And I think that in Hollywood, hopefully, will not fumble her and would actually like they fumbled Ijoma Grace Agu, because I don't know what they are doing with that character. I think that she's a character that should grow. I think is it Annie Iche, that lady that is in what the name?
Annie
Annie
Cha.
Icha.
Anisha, Isha.
Annie Cha.
That lady too, they're doing a permanent role as the fat friend, which is silly, but whatever it is.
Hi, you did not see her in
I know her in
Casa
Casa
de
de something
Kiniko
something.
Kiniko.
I don't know.
She was not somebody's friend. What
Eh,
I say?
she's a very good actress. She emotes well. She carries emotions on her face, and she should not be having just one role that we remember her with. She should have multiple roles as an actress. So Anicha, Ruby, Ijoma Grace Argo, I mentioned Tinamba. And what's the name? Forgotten this person. What? Those ones are enough. The others I don't remember. God will remember them. But this one,
Bisola too. Bisola Ayola. Whether it's Ayola.
Bisola, I actually thought that with Sugar Rush, she was going to have a bigger character after Sugar Rush, but I did not. I don't know what happened at that end. Ovi's voice, she was phenomenal in Ovi's voice, absolutely phenomenal. And even a simple lie, as chaotic as that movie was, she shone.
Even
Even
that
Chief
dinner
Daddy.
movie,
Remember Chief
with
Daddy? Her one
Simi,
scene.
like,
Chief
she
Yes,
changed
Daddy.
her voice in
yes.
that film.
Even
Now,
it
haba.
took daddy. All they did was they gave her they wasn't it that
Just one
they threw a
scene.
bread, they threw bread at her. And the bread scene was very memorable. So I don't know what Nollywood is doing. I don't know why Nollywood keeps fumbling their one of, and of course my beautiful Zainab Balogun. I don't know why nobody has mentioned that yet. Zainab Balogun.
Oh, I was supposed to mention how
Zainab
I
Balogun is
mentioned her
another
before.
person. I've seen her in Sylvia. I've seen her in God Calling. I have seen her, and I can't even Royal Hibiscus Hotel. She was actually very cool in
Our
that.
fame.
Yes, with that beautiful. No, so I don't know what Nollywood does with their best stars, and they try to shove people down our throats that cannot act. But these are people that can actually deliver roles, and it's not about selling tickets because these guys that they put in movies don't sell tickets too. I mean, I remember when they tried to sell this movie, Boss something 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 with Sharon and Inidima. The movie did not still sell like that. So I don't
Recall it.
understand.
Nobody's watching it. Recall Sharon.
Exactly. So you get that's the thing. It's not as if it's about ticket sales. These actors that they are putting in movies don't sell tickets either. So I don't understand exactly why not just prioritize crafts over this thing that people will respect your craft. So that's it for me. I really don't know what they are doing in Nollywood. What they do.
They said his Instagram followers
But
I
Bisola
don't
has
they
think
increased.
numbers.
it's
Bisola has numbers. So
it's
what's the problem?
about followers. Never knows more
Oh,
numbers than most people that they are casting.
She has no.
Huh.
I don't even know
I think
again.
it's enough, please.
so yes. It's Cynthia. Cynthia is ready to speak. It's Cynthia
All
Oh,
right,
turn.
no problem.
Cynthia, please.
no, I don't have anything to say. I don't have anything to say.
Oh,
I
okay, fair
just
enough.
think, yeah, I just think it's enough with the Obisola to like the points have been made.
I love you so much. Timmy.
So like some of the people on my list have been mentioned, like Ijoma Grace Agu. But the next person I have on my list is Angel Unigwe. I haven't seen anything she's been in except what's it called? All of Us. But like I feel like just her performance in that series is enough to convince me. Or maybe it's because like compared to the other cast, she was like exceptional.
No, it's not
So
compared.
okay.
Angel
No, it's
is
not
Okay.
compared.
talented. It's
That's
not
our
So
compared.
trailblazer. It's not compared. She's good.
Angel is not compared.
She's very good.
Angel has been acting
Childhood,
since child
from
from
childhood.
from small picking.
when
She was on Ajoche. She's done a
my
number of
siblings and
African
I,
Magic 360
because I
shows.
started watching How My Siblings and I,
Angel is a consummate professional, I
when she
think.
won the
And I think
Trailblazer Award, I was like, who exactly is this? But I saw it all of us and I was like, okay, yep, deserved. I take back my statement. Deserved. Like to be sharing a scene with Chioma and like the fact that the both of them were on the
She
same
snatched it.
level,
She was
they
really good
had
there.
chemistry. Come on, please. The next person, Bukumi Oluwashina. What I do not understand why I don't see this woman in anything anymore. I saw her in what's the name of this film? Jagun Jagun, and I loved her performance in Jagun Jagun. She knows how to cry. She one of our best criers, in my opinion. And I feel like they really should be giving her more roles just because there was a time when I heard that she was going to be in a Hollywood film, but like I don't know what's up with that Hollywood film now. Maybe like she felt like the Nollywood industry was not doing much for her, and she decided to port to Hollywood. I don't know, but please, Mio, I personally need more of her, please. And I don't know if you guys say I've seen Clarence Peters' Inside Life, but I feel like all the women in that series killed it. Every single one of them. I do not think there was any performance that was bad in that series. And Chigo surprised me. When was his name? I think Rotimi was on NFC and he was talking about the series. He mentioned how Chigo gave a performance that nobody has seen from her before. And I saw the series and I was actually really impressed because I'd never seen Chigo, give, play such character before. And it was so convincing. She was so irritating. It was so yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say.
Thank you, Timmy. Mr. C, what do you want to say? Because me, I want to say my own before we quickly round up.
Yeah,
Sorry, please, can I mention Meg or Tanwa, please?
I'm going to mention Meg Olana, please.
like you guys,
Mr. C,
I don't know what I'm doing. I put my own hand up. Imagine. I beg. Just two quick ones.
can I
You
go?
cut two quick ones from me. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Oh, please, go on.
Two quick ones from me. The first one, just reminded after Uchenna mentioned Ijoma Grace Agu. I also have to mention partner in crime, Belinda Yanga. I think she's also a very special actress. I'm still reminded of one of my favorite sort of romance films from, if you ignore, almost like we did with the Griot, if you ignore like the last like 20 minutes, which is not in. But Belinda Yanga in what's that film called? The one she did with is it Desert the Great? And
Yeah. The one on Iroko. What's it called again? It's
What
called
men has come?
no,
no, calm
no.
down.
It's called
No, Women Has Come and is the one with Uzo.
Uh,
it's called
I just
it has one of those Iroko
mind,
type titles.
yeah, but yeah. I think Belinda Yanga. Very good at the actual subtle performances, unlike some people who have mentioned other people's names on here.
Oh God.
Then the other person I wanted to mention was this one. This one I believe more has star power. Blessing Uzer. There's just something very magnetic about her, and I think she has the ability.
Blessing who?
Blessing Uzer.
Uzo, the Kilboro
Kilborough.
lady.
She was in
Oh, fair enough.
yeah, she was in Kilborough. She did she had a bit of a monologue thing, and she can do different roles, which I think might probably, if I were her manager, I would say lock in that rom female romance lead, but I guess is what you get. But obviously a very strikingly beautiful person. But I also think she has the talent and the aura that a lot of the people we mentioned in Overrated are missing. Not all of them. Some people obviously have aura in that section, but like some like the Nancys and the Sharons for me, I don't see the charisma that they have. So yeah, Blessing Uzuru is somebody else I would say at least to watch out for.
Thank you. Now I can go. Well, I've said Onyinye Odokoro, I think she's on the rise. I don't know what it is. All the shots that she's done with Dika, fantastic. I genuinely want to see more from Onyinye. I haven't seen Baby Farm, so I can't speak on Baby Farm, but I think Onyinye is one to watch. I have Meg Otanwa, and this is someone else who I genuinely kind of in the same place with Zainab Balogun. I don't want her window to pass. Like she's had some really great moments where everyone's kind of tuned into how great she can be. And then somehow the rest of the industry doesn't capitalize on those moments. They either want to do what she did come out and complain about, which is try and typecast her or try and lock her into some weird little box instead of just actually letting her do what and it's the sad part is she's one of the few actresses we have who honestly can be put to use in a multitude of ways. She's a polyglot beyond her incredible talent with because she's fantastic as an actress. But she speaks a number of Nigerian languages, a number of international foreign languages. She's fantastic. And I think she's underutilized in the industry. Someone else who, I don't know, she's kind of locked in a 360 deal and she's kind of locked into a 360 deal and she has even further locked herself into this 360 deal by means of marriage is Enado Odige. I remember the first time I saw Enado Odige, I thought, wow, what a stunning woman. And then I saw her act and I was like, okay, there's something here. And then somehow she's just locked into a 360 deal with Tola Odunsi. And she's not stepped out of that deal. She I don't think Enado Odige should have been on the men's club. I don't think Enado Odige should have been on Married. Even though on Married was good for the first 2 to 3 seasons on African Magic. I think Enado Odige deserved the career that Nancy Seme and Sharon Oja have. I think she's the one who should have been fronting all the films in that era. She she has the look because we can't even say she doesn't. She has the look. She can act, and I don't know what it is, but that 360 deal, man, Scott, she's in a chokehold. Um, Someone else that I have on my list is Rosemary Abazie, and I haven't seen Rosemary in a minute. But the first time I saw Rosemary Abazie was on African Magic's Ajoche. And I thought Rosemary had incredible potential. And she's done a few things here and there. I don't know, man. Rosemary fell through the cracks, and I think there's still a chance for her to come through again. But I think Rosemary is incredible. Someone else who I really like. She's found a space in the YouTube space, even though she's not one of those like always on your screen a lot, actually. She hasn't been in something on YouTube in I'm counting almost a year. I think the last thing I saw her in was a Real Housewives of Anambra, which is not like a standard thing. It's Chioma Okafor. I think Chioma Okafor is really talented, and I don't think she's been given enough of a shot. And I wish that wasn't the case. Someone else I really like. You guys have mentioned Angel Unigwe. I think Angel is fantastic. I think Angel was our aside from the new crop of child stars that we had. Angel for a long time, Angel was booked and busy. Angel was the only child star we had. Angel was everywhere and deservedly so. Angel did Ndani, Angel did African Magic, Angel did My Siblings. Angel was everywhere. And I think she's built a level of professionalism at her age from being on sets for so long. I think Angel is really talented and I actually just want that breakout role for her. Like she's one trailblazer, fantastic, which is my thing about meaningless awards in it, and why people should not be titling my Queen's Awards, AMVC Awards to your chest. Is that a lot of the time these awards don't reflect on their careers in a positive way. Some of these people who have won Trailblazer, some of these people who have done some incredible things and won some incredible awards, somehow there's a barrier to entry for them for the rest of their careers, which is incredibly disappointing. But I don't want Angel Enigwe to be tied down to the YouTube space. I think she deserves more, especially while she still has her youth. I know youth is fleeting, and I do want her to grow into like a long career. But while she still has her youth, and while we're still casting for teenage YA characters, I think mainstream Angel should have been first choice in a lot of things that went mainstream. And finally, I have Echelon Mbadiwe. I've seen a few people mention Black Rose, and Black Rose was fantastic, and Echelon was fantastic in Black Rose. And again, that's someone else who's somehow falling through the cracks. I don't know how, but Echelon needs a comeback. I think there's so much talent, and people are falling through the cracks, and I don't know. Echelon is fantastic. Lohi just joined. Lohi, can you share your thoughts before we wrap up really quickly?
Okay, so I just wanted to share my thoughts on like underrated actresses. I agree with most of the people everyone has mentioned. Onye, Echelon. That's even who I wanted to say. But I really like Shegilola Ogidon. I think that's her name. I really like Shegilola. I think that she should have more roles and she should be bigger. I really like her. I would say Nengi Adoki. I think she's well known, but she hasn't reached like star level yet. And I think that Nengi is really good. I see what she does for like the most toasted girl and everything. I also really like some people that have been in like all these African magic shows that I really hope that we see more of them. So I think I really like Maggie Osume. If you've seen like Riona, I think it was Riona. If you've seen Riona, I really like Maggie Osume. I really hope for Mimi Chaka as well. I think her name is Mimi Chaka.
Her
I
name
hope
is
that's
Mimi
her name.
Chaka. Yeah.
Okay, yes. And finally, Bukola, I can't remember her name. She was in Juju Story. She acted as a student in
Yeah,
Moms
she
at
was
War.
in the
She was
men's club
Kiara
as well.
in
Yeah.
Men's Club. Yeah. Yes, but yeah. So that's my contribution. Those I really hope for that they get into like more projects and yeah. So that's my
So
list.
somebody
Yeah.
mentioned
Uh,
Follow.
you know, you know,
Yes. Oh
you
my
know,
God.
yes,
Yes. Police
yes,
storms. Yes.
yes.
Police for me.
Again, Showmax,
Police,
Showmax.
Police for me is a queen.
Showmax has
Um,
a lot of great talents, man. A lot.
Police for me is a
And it's just
queen.
No,
under the radar.
She's queen
you
status
people,
for me. She is
thank you.
part of my Beverly Naya, my Osas. I think just such Dami. No, maybe I'm not add Dami there, but very beautiful people that I would just always watch on screen, no matter. But for me, there's something missing in the acting
There's a
department.
disconnect somewhere.
There's something
There's a
missing in
disconnect
the
somewhere.
acting department.
There
And
is
so,
potential. There is
yeah,
potential, though, Mr. C.
potentially.
There is potential. No. Let's not let. This is where I'm coming, and that's why I want to jack Showmax by the truth. There is potential. Crime and Justice Lagos. Folu was really good in Crime and Justice Lagos. Had he been Showmax renew Crime and Justice Lagos for season 2? Where is Crime and Justice? In fact, it's not like I can watch it. They banned those of us in the diaspora from watching Showmax. But where is Crime and Justice Lagos season 2? And why is Folu Storms not back on the screens of people who can watch Showmax? Guys.
Look,
So
Don't worry, she's coming on Red Circle. You'll see her very
I'm
soon.
never going to argue against more Foley stumps on my screen, ever. I will forever take it, a queen she is. Her skin, oh my goodness. Even the baby song.
you're doing too much. Her voice is fantastic. And I know she's a radio girl. You don't have to tell me.
Oh,
But
maybe that's what that
the voice
is.
is
Maybe
amazing.
that's what that is.
Yeah, I think that's what that is. And I think it's hard to make the transition
Yeah. Is
from
that
radio to
that's
screen.
Fumi's crew now? Because Chef,
Which Fumi?
is it Fumi or is it what's the big?
Funlola Awufiebi.
Okay,
I don't know if Funlola Awufiebi was radio. Funlola Awufiebi was just a
Radio,
was in
host.
radio.
radio and TV.
See, I don't know.
She was radio and TV host.
I did
Yes.
not know anything about that babe, but I just knew she was in radio. There's nothing you can have told
There's a and this is my problem. There's a way they train Nigerian radio hosts, and it kind of beats, not beats in the sense of good. I think it kind of whips all sense of personality out of their voices. It's quite sad.
Do
It's
you guys
quite
remember
sad.
when Maria Okan did Sugar, the first Sugar season?
Yeah,
Like that one was really bad. Oh my God.
exactly. So I think it's hard. There's a lot of a learning that I think Folu Storms has to do. But I do think if given again, this is the problem where we go find the character director now. If had it been
But like Orica Goddess was able to try. Orica Goddess was like an OAP and she was still
Oreka
able to like.
Oreka was great. Oreka was that's somebody else who kind of fell through the cracks as well.
And the
Oreka
lady
was
that was
great.
in
Oreka
When
was
Love
all right.
Happens. I can't remember her first name. The lady in When Love Happens.
Oh, she's not here no more. She's a British babe.
Okay.
What's her name? Um,
Weruche
Opia.
Opia.
Weruche is a good.
Marisha is an Emmy nominated person. She not there our level
She not there
again,
our
oh,
level
I
sadly.
again,
don't know.
no. Weruche not there
She
our level
deserves
again.
it. She deserves it.
Is
Weruche came back home and tried to give us a chance and saw that Nollywood was taking her for
I'm telling
granted, and
you.
Weruche packed her bags and went back to the country of her heart.
please
Una
next
una no go, una no go.
Gilola
next
Odidon.
season
You guys can watch
next
him on
season
different
mention
canvas
somebody
of
is very
life.
important.
You can watch him
Next
on
season mention
different
somebody is very
canvas
important. I
of
have to
life.
mention. Sorry.
We didn't
Who?
mention DSF, oh, Miss DSF. What we
That's
say?
that's
That what happened?
that's the person. Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
Wait,
We need to
wait,
Miss
like,
DSF.
wow.
Miss DSF is, in fact, we should have mentioned. Yeah, she's underrated now, I guess, because we can't call her like a star because at all.
I feel like you people are being incredibly generous here, but okay.
And I'm not like what
She
people that
definitely has. She definitely has. She's very, very talented. Very, very talented in the acting category. Can't believe she's a DJ.
Yeah. Well, Vanessa,
I can believe that she's a
Vanessa,
DJ.
Vanessa.
Yes, Cynthia.
I think if people can mention Bisola, you have to let Iroko Critic hype DSF.
Oh God, Cynthia has come now to come and scatter.
So yes, so let's let him be.
I, I'm letting him. It doesn't mean I have to agree with him now. I can believe that she's a DJ, guys. That's all I'm going to say. I can believe that she's a DJ. Okay, so we've come to a long 4-hour discussion, guys. Wow, I cannot believe that we spent 4 hours talking about it. You guys, if honestly, if they leave now, I will continue. Thank you all
Because
so
we
much.
love the industry. We love this industry, but they think we hate it.
Oh, because you people have already seen that some of you have already started talking about this space. I think you people have already started talking about this space and trashing us on the interwebs. Not like that's new, but guys, if you cannot tell based off of these conversations, especially on the underrated section, guys, you can tell that we care about the industry. We want better for the industry. We want better for some of these actors. We want our choices of who we're choosing to front and lead our films to be reflective of the level of talent that actually is available to us. And I do hope that stuff is changing and moving in that direction. I don't know what direction, to be honest, because Nollywood is in this weird little um is in limbo right now. I don't know what we're doing. Cinema's not great. YouTube's not great either. Streaming is atrocious. We're being geo-blocked here, left, right, and center. It's dastardly right now. Mr. C, why your hand up?
No, I just wanted to add that thank you for our host for today, Vanessa, and well done. Obviously, it's difficult to live up to fill the boots of the original host.
And that is why you are now muted. Because you cannot give me a compliment without talking about yourself. And while I still have the big red button, I'm going to use the big red button. Okay. Are you ready to behave now?
It's okay. Oh, there's next week. All right, but next week we'll be doing the male version of this. So that's your get your
Bring
list
your list
ready.
prepared, guys.
Get your list ready. It's the same thing, but for the male guys. But thank you to our host Vanessa. You have done well, and I'm not
Thank
fighting
you.
myself.
Thank you all so much for spending time with us. Mr. C is gonna have to edit this and put this up on the podcast. More grease to his elbows when he gets the chance. I don't know when he gets out of vacation brain when that's going to happen for him. But thank you all so much for sharing your thoughts. This was a wonderful 4-hour long conversation. I think we covered quite a bit. And see you next week when I will be in the audience with you all. Bye.
Thanks for listening to the episode. If you enjoyed listening and would like to join live, just follow us on Twitter at Iroko Critic and join us every Sunday 6 p.m. West African time on our spaces.